And here we are. Hello.
Hello.
We
Hi, friends.
we have working audio. Thank you very much.
I think so.
I think so. I'm
Yep,
seeing
we
it
do.
moving.
We have working audio. Look at that.
So, this fucking
Okay.
attitude about 30 to 1 odds, it's not going to work. I take offense to that, even though that is 100% the odds I would give it, roughly.
Well, details.
How's it going, sir?
Oh,
How is your
it's
Friday?
it's been a Friday. It's been pretty good. Did stuff. Got things. I mean, I actually didn't really get much things, but I did stuff, and
Nice.
things were happened.
It's been 2 weeks. Sorry, it's been two
Well,
weeks.
it's been 2 weeks, yeah, but it's been good. It's been a good time. I cannot overly complain, actually. I mean, the world is on fire, but other than that, like,
That's that's normal at this point, right? Like
yeah,
I would be
I
shocked if
think
it
you're right.
wasn't.
At this point, I think you're right. Like, it would be weirder if the world were not on fire.
Yeah.
But I did something this afternoon.
You did. You asked me a question
So
on
I asked a
Discord.
yes. So I've been a little bit annoyed with my microphone because I've been using this like a shotgun mic as a talkie mic, and that's not really what shotgun mics are for.
Right. I
Uh,
mean, kind of, but not in this
Kind of,
setting.
yeah. So, and I was like, looking at some stuff, and I really like Audio Technica microphones. Like I have good luck with them. Like
Right.
they sound good. So I was looking at this one. It's like $100, kind of like a knockoff SM7B, like a
Right.
cheap version of an SM7B. And so I asked in the Discord, I was like, "Hey, what thoughts?" And
Right.
you said,
And I've never looked at Audio Technica mics. Like I had no idea. And
"Yeah,
I just went and looked at YouTube and like Googled reviews, and they they weren't
they were
great.
not great." It was one of those like there are better options in this price point.
Yeah.
Like, and that's when I remembered that like I have an Audio Technica 2010 just lying around, which is actually this mic.
Which is
You might
weird.
notice that it's
First of all, Angus Herfenferfer is in chat, which is just,
oh, hey Furfer.
how's it going? Welcome to the
Uh,
YouTubes.
hey
Hi,
Bar
Bar
Lazy.
Lazy. What's shaking?
So I mean, I do have like I've got a pretty good collection of microphones at this point.
Which
Like,
I, I'm okay. Well, okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
okay, so my like this was my like the vocal mic that I used at church, like when I was having to do singy things at church. Like this was my microphone, and like it just does good things to my voice. So I was like, okay, let's try it.
Right.
So I tried it,
Right.
and this is what happened.
It's so different. It's so
So
different.
that's yeah. So that's what happened when I tried it,
Like,
and I'm like, okay, I'm down.
yeah, you sound more like you did on the old podcast, oddly enough.
But without some of the like feisty crispiness.
Yeah. It's very
Yeah.
buttery. It's very I want to I
It
need to
is.
get my microphone closer so that we can have
Yeah.
these
See,
kind of
that's part of it. Is you gotta get right up all into it.
right
You gotta
into it.
remember that here we are this evening on National Public Radio, listening to smooth jazz. Like I missed being able to do NPR's National Public Radio.
It is nice. I need to find some way to mount this differently. So my monitor, I love this monitor, this big wide ass monitor.
Right.
But my microphone arm is the exact same height as my monitor, so I can't
no.
bring it down into myself enough.
So do you need to get one of those like super tall ones that can go like up and over?
Either that or I found one that goes under your monitor, which I find fascinating. It's like an arm that
Oh.
comes out underneath so that it's like here.
And then like sticks up.
Which makes more sense if you think about it.
Right. It does.
Get a mount for
ceiling fan.
That would be dope. It would be like, I'm here doing the.
Well, I think I have that effect. Filters. Flanger. Where's flanger?
We shall call it the flange. Le flange.
There we go.
Yeah.
Now I'm a ceiling fan. Oh, it's probably be faster than that. So let's maybe like, yep, I am a ceiling fan.
There it is.
Ceiling fan.
That sounds almost like when you stick your face into a fan and like do the Darth Vader voice.
Right. Yep. Yep.
Getting close.
Oh, yeah. It's pretty much it. That's the ceiling fan effect.
I love it.
I was once late for school because of that.
Because you were playing with a fan.
Actually, I missed the bus. So we were in, it was my 3rd grade classroom, and we were all like singing into a fan because it sounded really cool. And like half of us missed our bus because we were busy singing into the fan.
That's fair. I mean, we audio nerd at a very young age, I feel like.
Yeah.
Speaking of audio nerd, can we talk about Rhythm Nation for a moment?
What did Rhythm? What? No.
You've not seen this? Oh my god, this is some of the best audio nerd shit that's happened in a hot minute.
Oh, yes.
So this Microsoft engineer put up a blog post this week about the song Rhythm Nation and these old laptops.
Janet Jackson classic.
There's this specific hard drive in these old laptops that the resonant frequency in Rhythm Nation somehow, or the resonant frequency of the hard drive is somehow activated by the song Rhythm Nation.
So it would cause the hard drive platters to like bounce against each other and then just crash.
Yeah. And it wasn't just the laptop that the song was playing on. Like, it could be sitting next to... You could play this song next to it, and it would crash. Like, anything within earshot. Any laptop within earshot that had these drives would crash if you played Rhythm Nation in the room, which is hilarious to me.
And and I love that they fixed it by just like basically adding a filter to the audio driver for that particular laptop that just said notch out this one frequency.
That one frequency that happens to be the resonant frequency for those hard drives.
Yeah.
Is amazing.
That is an absolutely fantastic thing.
Like, that is such a perfect crossover of all of my nerdisms. I love it.
Yeah, I saw that and was like, oh, that's fun. And of course, and that it was Janet Jackson too.
Right.
Like, it just adds.
And first of all,
potentially, yes, saying.
Does this mean there are possibly... Yes. Actually, technically, every hard drive that has a platter has a song that you could play that would crash it. Or a note, a frequency. There is a frequency that would crash every hard drive. Because every hard drive has a resonant frequency. Everything has a resonant frequency.
Right. So 74...
What are we doing? But this one...
revolutions per minute, you'd have to divide by 60.
But there were like so many...
spins it.
So many things had to be lined up in order for this to work. Because it had to be a slower drive so that it... And the speed of the song had matched with the speed of the platters. Like...
Right.
It's weird. It's so weird. My question is, these were older laptops that this was doing it to.
Right.
Have they been trying to figure this out the whole time? Like, have those...
It sounded like they figured it out right away. That's the crazy part. like, okay, let me pull up.
So have they known about this for a while?
So the guy on the dev blog, he is recounting a story from Windows XP product support.
Oh.
So like, it's something that's old enough to be Windows XP days.
Yeah, it looks like it came from roughly 2000. These PCs shipped in 2005.
Okay.
Interesting.
Huh.
God forbid a DJ
Oh,
has
yeah.
that laptop, right? That's hilarious.
That'd be... Yeah, everything about that when it dropped just was like, okay, that's interesting. I wonder if there's any updates. Oh, look at that. An NPR article.
Oh, are we going to read it in your NPR voice?
Good morning. I'm Rachel Martin. You can say a lot about the power of music. One song has so much power it can make some old laptops crash. It's Janet Jackson's 1989 classic, Rhythm Nation. Oh wait, that's it. That's it. That's the whole transcript.
Oh, wow. That was...
There's like a little paragraph, but it's not like it's not, yeah, that's not actually fun.
How much for Pastor ASMR? I mean, we could start a Pastor Speaks channel. How funny would that... Ooh, I just had the greatest idea ever.
Oh no, where I just read stuff?
You just read the Bible, but ASMR style. You know it would work. You know it would take off.
It really would.
You could just do like a chapter of video or something. It'd be amazing.
So saying it is in the song. It is something in the song that would trigger the resonance in the hard drive to cause it to poop itself.
Yes.
But I don't know. I'm trying to find out like if anyone knows what laptop it was. Because everyone's like reporting on it, but they're just like regurgitating the blog post worse.
Right.
More
recently, in 2011, a 17-person fitness class in South Korea forced a building to shake for 10 minutes, making residents flee in panic. Many initially blamed a small earthquake, but a professor and a group of 17 middle-aged volunteers were able to prove that the tremors were caused by a Taibo class dancing to The Power by Snap, which caused the high-rise to vibrate at its resonant frequency.
Okay, so that one's just regurgitating. Like, is this the state of journalism now, where you just regurgitate things across the internet?
Yep.
Because, like, that's all it is. It's just like 50 bazillion articles, none of which are articles. They're just regurgitating the other thing.
Yeah. And sadly, I can't find a link to the actual... Oh, maybe this is it.
Oh, wait, I found the actual
there
thing.
It is. Yeah.
Because, like, everyone at least everyone had the decency to, like, link near it. But it's on the song's Wikipedia page now.
Oh, interesting.
If you played it backwards, could you fix broken laptops?
No.
No, I don't think that's how it works. Okay, so you were going to ask me about my microphones that I have lying around.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So sorry. Let's get back to the important information here. So you said, let me pull it up, because it was how you worded it that made it all questionable in my brain. My brain was like, hold on a minute. Except I don't have a way to get to my... Here we go. Hold on.
Can't get to Discord.
Power toys for the win. Okay. So we have in the recording and production channel,
Yeah.
you said I might just grab my 2010 from downstairs, lol. See how that goes tonight. Which made it...
And obviously it went well.
Right. And in my brain, the way you said that, like you ran downstairs to the kitchen and pulled open like the junk drawer where like the straws and toothpicks and shit are, and there's like old batteries that like rechargeable batteries that don't fit in the charger anymore. And in there is like a couple microphones. Just, oh, here's a mic. I need a mic. Go grab a mic out of the junk drawer.
So I am 3 speakers and a snake away from having my entire, like, from having a PA system all of my own.
Okay.
So like I've got several dozen microphones. I've got more cabling than I know what to do with. Like I have items.
Okay.
Well, because when you need them, like
right, but what are you doing with them?
Well, right now, not much. Like, because I just moved across the country. Like right now, they're just sitting in the junk drawer downstairs. I'm actually going to use a ton of them in a couple weeks. The church is doing a couple concerts in the midst of like this big town-wide arts festival.
Oh, nice.
And so I'm doing front of house for those and using just a ton of the gear I had lying around because that's what it's there for.
I mean, that's fair.
But yeah, I do want to get like, I need to get a snake just to do like the transport, get a digital snake. So it's just like Cat 5 from my mixer to the stage.
Oh, that would be nice.
Almost everything is Cat 5 nowadays for audio transport. I mean, it's amazing.
Why wouldn't it be? I remember when they started that and it was just weird, right? Yeah. Everyone was like, what? You can do it through the internet? That's so stupid.
Well, and with Dante now, it's an even bigger trip because the Dante protocol, like you basically just set up a network and you put like, so you'd have like a switch and some boxes at the front of house position. You have a switch and some more boxes on stage. You can drop stuff anywhere and just run Cat 5 between it. It all runs. It just needs its own subnet.
Question.
Okay, it doesn't need its own subnet, but it works better on its own subnet.
Right. How the hell is there no latency? Because like
it is pretty minimal.
Because like HDMI has latency enough that you can't play to what you're listening to. So how is like I guess Ethernet's faster than HDMI, which is weird to me.
So Dante latency is typically 1 millisecond.
The church is using an audio protocol called Dante.
I mean, it's not like it's not a church thing. Like it's the industry standard protocol. But so especially now that you can do like gigabit networks, or a lot of bigger shows use fiber.
Fiber would be faster for sure, right?
Like Dave Rat, when he did Coachella, like all of his stuff was fiber.
Yeah.
Because you need that kind of bandwidth.
Man, can you imagine, like, because you wouldn't be able to run fiber to the front of house, would you? Or back of house?
Yeah.
You're going to have a glass fiber cable running through the crowd?
They'll usually trench and bury it.
Oh, I guess that makes... But good God. You're trenching fiber?
Yeah.
That's crazy, bro.
But yeah, so apparently, like... Yeah, Dante's usually about 10 milliseconds, which... Except for, like, in-ear monitors on stage, which is going to be, like... not going to run into that latency anyways because of just how everything is rigged up.
Right.
Like that's 10 feet, right? Like that's nothing.
I mean, but I have when I have my okay, I bought Guitar Rig, the video game for my
Okay.
Xbox when I had my Xbox, and I was running it to my TV, and of course my Xbox was connected to my TV via HDMI, and like a 3 foot cable, and the latency was so bad on that 3 foot cable, and it was like a known issue with Guitar Rig, that the latency through
Huh.
HDMI, even through a 3 foot cable, was enough to make it almost impossible to play any of the songs correctly.
So, um, according to the Dante tech stuff, um, if you're running a gigabit network, you can do. Oh, okay. So you do a gigabit core to 100 megabit devices, and you will end up with uh, wow, very low latency. Potentially 1 millisecond latency.
Jesus, that's
Um,
insane.
yeah.
And it's
I
fiber,
mean,
so it would be over. Like you could run that for a really long
yeah, and
distance.
then if you take it to fiber, then you can just run it
Good
forever. But
God.
the thing that's nice about it is when you get into the system, like it treats everything as if it's just one massive connection. So so like you can just route like, oh, I have this one thing coming in and I need it to go to 5 different places, and it just
Right.
does it for you. So you all you do have to do is make sure your whole thing's networked, and it just works like, well, it's all TCP/IP.
Dude, it's everything has changed when it comes to audio and like connectivity in audio. Everything has changed in the last 10 years, right?
Yes,
That
yes,
microphone
absolutely.
that this company makes, that has that control box that you can literally just take the top of the control box off and take it into into the mic booth with you, right?
Yeah,
And it's just wireless, like it's Bluetooth, and all your effects are connected to it, your controls. It just boggles my mind.
there's a microphone company called SE Electronics. I don't know. Have you heard of them at all?
I don't think so.
Um, so I don't know what their story is. I don't know where they came from, but like they have a vocal mic that is becoming like the favorite vocal mic of professionals. Like people who tour are like, we love this vocal mic, and it just
Interesting.
came out of nowhere.
Weird.
Uh, and I don't know anything about this company. Like I don't know who owns them. Um, I don't know. Like, are they like, yeah, but I've got a couple small diaphragm condensers of theirs that sound fantastic.
Weird.
And I just have no idea who this company is.
Well, it looks like their website is on Squarespace. I I'm so
Yeah.
confused. Like it
Okay,
look.
so they're a 20-year-old company.
Wow.
They're a Chinese business.
Oh, actually,
But like,
I've looked at their reflection filter booth thing before.
oh, okay. But yeah, like
Interesting.
I've heard so many good things about the V7, I think. Yeah, the V7. Like people are just raving about how good this microphone is, and it came completely out of nowhere.
Huh. Weird. Weird.
But yeah, and then I've got
Is that
I
just like
think
an
it's the
SM? Is
SE8,
that just like an SM58 knockoff?
only like better. Like,
I mean, that's a
but
low
I mean
bar.
that's the comp, right? Like it would be an alternative to the 58, but it's apparently it's just stupid good. I'm like, I want to buy one. Like,
I think it's time to discuss the SM5758 killer. The SE V7. Interesting.
it is a good microphone from everything I've heard. Like, um, one thing I like that they do, they sell capsules so you can like screw it into a wireless mic.
Oh,
It's just
weird.
clever. I want to know the difference between like the V7 and the V7X. It's probably just a frequency response thing.
Yeah. Or a capsule. More expensive capsule or something. I was watching a video recently of a guy who takes like cheap mics, like cheap condenser mics, and he like guts them and puts like high-end like electronics in them. Because you can get the diaphragm for really cheap if you just buy a bunch of diaphragms. And you can get the same diaphragms that they use in like $3,000 mics and put it in a $50 mic, and there you go.
Oh, okay. So the difference between the V7 and the V7X is the difference between a 58 and a 57. The X doesn't have as much of a low frequency roll off because it's designed for instruments. The V7 has a bigger roll off because you're meant to do this to it.
Give it the good sexy sound.
Give it that proximity effect.
Not the Haas effect.
Not the Haas effect. The Haas effect is when you're over here. That's when you delay one side.
It's when you have a guitar signal and you need it to sound bigger, so you take the left channel and just push it back a tiny bit, and then all of a sudden it sounds huge.
That reminded me. I was advancing the show with this one of these musicians, and he's like, "Yeah, I've got a guitar. I've got an amp I'll plug it into, and you can just take a feed off the back of the amp." It's like, "Oh, well, yeah, I can do that, but also like, I'll do that, but then I'll throw a mic in front of it because it's just a solo performance." And I'll just fill it out, like just take both the direct and the mic from the amp. And he's like, "Why would you do that? Like, to make it sound bigger because there's just one of you?" Like,
I mean, I cannot do that if you'd rather sound dorky up there. That's fine. Why would you do that?
I'm trying to help you out, boss.
How about you do the playing and leave
leave
the engineer?
I'll do the making noises
to the engineers. Yeah, hillbillies.
Musicians are fun.
They can be. They can also be complete morons.
You're also true.
Speaking of complete morons, the title of this stream is a reference to a building thing that's been happening in my life recently.
That the internet is just mad at literally everything?
I don't understand. Like, I just don't understand how people have the energy to actively hate so much stuff.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Here's an article from 2014. 15 internet outrages that changed nothing. Oh, that's actually stupid.
Barlazy says, I saw a video of a guy who built a computer only buying parts from Wish. The result was a good computer from the early 2000s. I'm not sure what angry thing you're referencing because there are so much, right?
There are so many.
There are a handful of things that are media related that I'm excited about, that have been things that have been in the works forever, which is like
the internet is just like raging over.
Right, like the Munsters movie. They've literally been talking about this for years. The Wednesday TV show, they've literally been talking about that for years. The Hellraiser TV show, they've literally been talking about these things for like a decade.
What are they mad about the Munsters for?
Because it's Rob Zombie. And he put his wife in as Lily, so therefore it's going to be awful.
But
I don't know, man. I don't know. It's that don't shit on my childhood group of people who are like, you can't remake the Munsters. How dare Rob Zombie think that he can remake the Munsters? They're going to ruin it. They're going to ruin my childhood.
But
I'm going to reach into my memories and remove the good Munsters.
Okay, so that's the vibe, right? This is ruining my childhood.
Right.
Okay, and that's what it always comes down to. It's It's ruining my childhood. Do you know what actually ruins your childhood? Going back and watching something you loved as a child.
Yeah, let them remake it like Thundercats. I tried really hard to go back and watch the Thundercats. Don't do that. G.I. Joe, don't go back and try. They're bad.
I even tried to watch the original like Rescue Rangers, and it was like, nope.
Yeah,
can't. Like,
it's not good. It's not good.
None of like very few of the things that I loved as a child actually have held up well, because most of the cartoons that I loved as a child were made to sell toys and not actually to be good.
Right. Yeah, we were consumers at a very young age. Little consuming toy monsters.
And like the Munsters wasn't that, but like all of the folk who are upset about like ruining the Addams Family, for instance.
Yeah.
Which they're upset because what is it? Like because Luis Guzman is Gomez Addams?
Yes, that's the big that's the main thing that people are angry about. People are also angry. I mean, the whole casting thing. People are very upset about the casting in general.
Do they not realize who the Addams Family from the 90s Addams Family movies was?
But it doesn't matter because he did a good job. Therefore, no one can ever do it better.
But
right? Remember when they announced that in the Batman trilogy there was going to be a Joker in the second one, and everyone lost their goddamn minds because they were like, nobody can you're going to ruin the Joker. And then one of the best Joker performances ever was done.
Still giving it to Mark Hamill over everyone else, but still, I mean, like I get what you're saying there.
Yeah.
Like, well, and then She-Hulk is everyone's mad about because She-Hulk is a woman,
right? Or
something.
Well, because they're like, look, they just took the Hulk and made it into a woman. It was like, no, you've not been paying attention. So yeah, they're making a show called Wednesday that's all about Wednesday going off to a private school.
Yes,
but
which looks really good.
Yeah, and she's going to be brilliant.
Oh yeah,
I forgot her 100%. Name. She's amazing, and I can't wait for it.
Jenna Ortega.
Yes, she was in the last Scream movie, I believe. She's so good. Oh God.
Wait, apparently, like, they announced that Christina Ricci is going to show up for something.
Yeah, and the rumor is, so in the trailer, the little teaser trailer that they released, there's no Fester.
Barlazy.
She-Hulk is a woman. Yes, there's no Fester, and they're like, is she going to come in and play a female Fester? How hilarious would that be?
That would be awesome. Actually, right? I would love that.
But of course, everyone's like, you're going to ruin it. The funny thing is, like, there was the Canadian show from the late 90s that everyone forgets about, and it was actually really good. I was hating on it when I first started watching it, but it was really good. I don't know.
So, okay, yeah, so we got Jenna Ortega as Wednesday Addams, Luis Guzman as Gomez. Yeah, that tracks. Catherine Zeta-Jones as Morticia.
People are mad about that because she's too thick, they said. She's not skinny enough to play Morticia Addams.
What have they met Morticia Addams?
Yes, they met her.
Like,
they saw pictures of her in a history book.
Ricky Lindholm as Dr. Valerie Kinbot. Jamie McShane. Gwendolyn Christie. Okay, like
I'm excited for it. I think, and it's all Tim Burton.
Yep, it's all Tim Burton.
First TV show, or his first, like, the whole thing is his. He's done episodes,
and it's it is a Netflix. Okay, do they have a release date for it, or just sometime this year?
Sometime this year, I believe.
Okay.
I don't believe.
Like I'm excited. Like,
I will binge that whole goddamn thing in a weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, no question in my mind.
Fourth quarter of 2022 is all we have.
Okay. Like, I really like. I'm just excited to see like how they'll use Christina Ricci, because like she did such a good job with that role. Like it'll be fun to see what they do with her.
I thought for sure they were gonna bring her in as Morticia. I thought that would have been amazing.
Oh, that would have been
because like she probably could pull it off now.
Yeah.
Cobra Kai, new Cobra Kai coming out.
Oh, okay.
But people are just
are people mad about that?
Probably. Yellow Jackets, the next season of Yellow Jackets, they're announcing all the people that they're bringing on to the cast. If you are not watching Yellow Jackets, you need to go do that. This next season's going to be amazing. The amount of people that are going to be in it. I'm enjoying She-Hulk.
List on what the internet was mad at.
All of the comic nerds are mad at She-Hulk because they're like, this woman's ruining She-Hulk.
But it's
the main thing that I've heard is they're mad because all they did is they took the Hulk, or they took She-Hulk, this idea of She-Hulk, and in this show she's just the Hulk but better at everything. And of course she would be, because she's a woman. They've got to be woke.
But isn't that pretty much what She-Hulk was in the comics? The Hulk but better at everything.
Yeah. That's the whole fucking point of the character. That's the thing that I don't understand. My joke was that, like, we all know when they introduce a new Addams family that they have to go and destroy everything about the previous Addams family. You can never watch any of it again.
Right.
That's just how it is. Like, that's how people treat it. They're like, I'm going to have to watch it, and then it's going to ruin it for me because I'm not going to enjoy it. It's like, well, just don't watch it then.
There's something to that, though, right? Like, I have to watch it, and it will ruin all the things I love.
Right. Like, you don't have to. Like, you
don't have to watch
you don't
it.
have to. You really don't.
But it gets back to this whole, like... Okay, I'm trying to figure out how to parse this in my brain, because it's that same argument that's behind the we can't forgive student loan debt because of all the people who don't have student loan debt.
Right. What about me?
Forgiving someone else's student loan debt somehow makes it worse for you personally. Mm-hmm. And I think that's how it is. Like,
it's that idea of
that She-Hulk exists ruins it for me personally somehow.
Right. It's the idea that people who have benefited from how our society is structured, when they see people who have not benefited from that get treated with any kind of equality, they take it as an offense on themselves.
Yeah.
And it's that same thing.
It's the marriage, like back when like letting the gays marry destroys straight people's marriages somehow.
Like, how does that happen?
I still don't process that one. Like, I never understood that one.
You're ruining...
Like, even when I was like not sure of my own personal feelings about that. Like,
it's like you're ruining the sanctity of marriage.
Like,
them darn gays. Hi, stars.
So, like, by that logic, like, so here's what I don't get then. Like, why don't sequels destroy the original then?
Because it's a continuation of the same story.
Because, like, by all rights, Ghostbusters 2 destroyed Ghostbusters 1.
I mean, to be fair, I love it, but I love it because it's not good.
I love it because it's awful. Yeah, like you've got Vigo, which is just Vigo. I love watching just the first like 5 minutes when they go into the kid's birthday party doing all their Ghostbuster stuff, and they're like, "Who are you gonna call? He-Man!" Right? Like,
it's amazing. It's amazing.
Because honestly, like, the first movie needed the second movie because the first movie was just pro-Reagan propaganda, and the second movie pointed out how ridiculous the first movie was.
Right. Yeah. It's
like, But nobody gets mad at that, right?
No, because we love that. So it's fine. And like
I am still upset that I'm never gonna get a sequel to Lady Ghostbusters.
I know. I liked Lady Ghostbusters. I
Like,
just watched it again
really
recently.
fun.
It was actually it's good. I don't care
We
what people
watched
say.
Ghostbusters 1 and we watched Lady Ghostbusters, and we like halfway pretend the second one doesn't exist.
Have you seen
And I still haven't watched the new one yet.
So
I need to.
When they announced the new one, everyone was like, well, here we go again. They ruined it with the women. Now they got to bring kids in. This is fucking ruining everything. And then it came out and like, it's really fucking good. Like, it might be the best Ghostbusters movie that exists.
Really?
Yes.
Interesting.
And like, those people got real quiet when it actually got released. They were like, oh, well, you're right.
Well, that's what's funny, you also saw that happen when Captain Marvel came out. Like, once Captain Marvel actually came out, like, folks seem to get a lot quieter about it.
Well, except, the ones that are just going to hate on everything that involves women. Who's got women?
Well, right.
By the way, it's canon that
like,
the ooze from Ghostbusters 2 is the same ooze that made the turtles into ninjas. If that's true, then that means that the Ghostbusters exists in the same universe as Daredevil, and that's kind of fucking amazing.
Okay, hold on. Ghostbusters 2 ooze.
I'm gonna call bullshit.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Because that was toxic ooze that fucked up the turtles.
Okay.
Okay. Saying, which parts of Marvel Phase 3 and 4 do you not like? Name individual parts of those phases that you dislike. Because most people say, I didn't like it, but it's like one thing out of the entire phase that they didn't like. Right? Saying, stretching the truth? No, that can't possibly be.
Leave it to Mr. Herfenfurfer.
Talk about saying, stretching the truth.
Can always count on Mr. Herfenfurfer.
I don't like the bloat and mess of it all blurring together. Again, name something specific. Like, name a movie or a show that you didn't like.
So, okay. So I will say, like, I have checked out of Marvel because of how much there is.
It is a lot. It's a lot.
Like, it is too much for me to consume all of this content.
I love it.
Like,
bring me more.
Right, like it is just, and I'm not into it enough to like really want to give it the time.
The thing that Marvel does really well is you don't have to watch all of it. Like, you can just watch a show and you
right. Like, I get that. And I probably will get around to watching the Sebastian Stan goodness that exists. Like,
I think you would enjoy it quite a bit. It seems like it would be up your alley.
We all know my problem with Sebastian Stan. Like,
I mean,
but
what's the problem again exactly?
Good point. But like, it's the same. The Marvel universe has the same issue for me that like a lot of video games do now, where there's just too much to do, and it's like that choice paralysis that kicks in, right? Like,
yeah.
Because I've run into that with a couple of video games I've tried to play. Like, it is there's so many choices and so many options that I just don't like. I tried to replay Dragon Age Inquisition not too long ago because the fourth one is gonna happen in like 10 years or something.
I wish the Transformer movies had the writing. Did you watch Bumblebee, the little spin-off movie that they did? I actually thought Bumblebee fucking nailed it. I thought they did a really good job of like turning it from a fucking Transformers movie into something that had a little more like emotion to it and not just flying parts everywhere.
Was it still Michael Bay, or was that the thing that changed?
I don't think it was. Let me see. It didn't feel like a Michael Bay movie by any means.
Bumblebee spin-off and prequel, later declared a reboot. Directed by Travis Knight, and it was written by a woman. That's why.
Yeah. And of course, I love it because it's Haley, and I'll just watch anything Haley's in. I think she's amazing. I just watched her our favorite story ever told, Romeo and Juliet.
Okay.
I hear Bumblebee is good. The toys are for it are better. I mean, that's fair. Casey Jones meets Red Hood would be fun. Making Bumblebee in the Bay movies a Camaro was an update that didn't need to happen.
You know, okay, so that the first movie, like the first of the Bay ones, it was fun in the like there's a new Transformers movie that like hasn't been anything Transformers in forever. But then like once you get past that, there's nothing there.
Like, yeah, the first one, I just watched all of them again. The first one was really good. It was fun. Second one was okay. And then by the third one, it was like racist. There was so much like racist innuendo and testicle jokes. Really? Fucking testicle jokes? Yeah. Is this what we're doing now?
I don't remember which Transformers movie it was, but there was totally a pee joke. Like where somebody, like where the Transformer took a leak on somebody.
That was the third one.
That was okay. Yeah,
that was
Pacific Rim was fun. I wish that one had done better.
Well, and the sequel was good too. I thought it, and they did this. There's a show. There was a show on Netflix, a Pacific Rim show that was absolutely worth watching. It was a cartoon.
I didn't even know there was a sequel.
You didn't?
No.
Yeah, you need to go watch that.
Oh, because it didn't have most of the people.
It doesn't matter. It had most of the what are the giant droids?
Had most of the robots.
What were they called? They had a name. Roids, not roids.
No.
Kaiju. There we go.
Or the
kaiju were the bad guys.
Kaiju's the bad Jaegers.
Jaegers. There we
Jaegers.
They had most of the Jaegers, which was dope. The one with the ball joke.
I'm just a sucker for giant stompy robot anything.
Number 3 was the one with the testicle jokes. It was he was a crane, and when he transformed, the ball was like he had 2 balls, and they were his testicles, and it was just like it's a fucking truck nut joke. Like,
yeah, Pacific Rim did have it had some real like BattleTech meets Godzilla vibes to it.
I really dug it. I love the world that they created. And then like
I still wish that there was like an actually good BattleTech anything aside from the like cartoon from the 90s that had the best 3D graphics that look stupid now.
Like they were
great for like 1994, but
they could totally do that now.
Oh yeah, like
why haven't they made a Warhammer movie? Seems like Warhammer is a universe that people would just lose their shit over.
Well, so right now the Warhammer universe is absolutely imploding.
Because of that dude.
Well, no. So Warhammer, it's been directly affecting the BattleTech community because now all of the folk. So Games Workshop basically put out a statement like a year and a half ago or something that basically said, if you're a Yahtzee, we don't want you anymore. Get out. Like we don't want you to hate. Like we don't tolerate this nonsense. Like we don't want you to be a part of our community if you're into that. So of course a bunch of people were like, and then so they fled to all of these other things. Now Games Workshop also had some stuff where they were like super cracking down on fan produced content, which not the smartest thing in the world.
Yeah.
So there was a mass exodus from Warhammer 40K, and a lot of them went to BattleTech because they are similar. And then about a month ago, BattleTech was forced to announce that they just quietly didn't renew the contract of one of their writers who had gotten on the Trump train, which of course now all of the folk that left 40K because Games Workshop was too woke now left BattleTech because Catalyst is too woke, and they're off to find their next thing.
Right. Did you see the MAGA that declared herself a nationalist and then couldn't figure out why people were calling her? I saw an argument happening on TikTok. I almost got involved and was like, no. This guy was This guy genuinely refused to understand the difference between a nationalist that is Christian and a Christian nationalist. People were like, Christian nationalists are bad. And he was like, what's wrong with being a nationalist and being Christian? And it's like, that's not what we're talking about. There's a difference. And he just refused to acknowledge it.
You can, Reaper, but it'll be on the internet forever. So if you'd rather put it in the Discord and have us read it there so you don't look as bad.
Because the Discord's not on the internet.
Well, I mean, it's less on the internet.
Do it. Tell us. What's your hot take?
But let's have it. Let's see what we got. And we will roast you or ask for clarification.
We will roast you accordingly, maybe a little more than we should.
No, in an email that passed on. No, because then he would misspell everything and we wouldn't know what he was actually talking about. We would have no
idea. It would be impossible for us to decipher. I feel like Warhammer would be a good movie thing. I do kind of find it funny that Warhammer says they don't want fascists while it's kind of about glorifying fascists. I mean,
so that's actually part of the problem, because Warhammer glorifies fascists in the same way that Starship Troopers the movie did.
Right.
Namely, like, if you missed the point, then yes, it glorifies fascists.
Right. Like, you want to grab people and pull them aside and be like, those are the bad guys, right?
Well, and like the whole thing with 40K, right, is it's the Empire, and it's the immortal Emperor who, like, is absolutely dead, right? Like, like the Emperor's dead. There might be stuff keeping him alive, but he's dead. And so, like, all of this stuff with Warhammer, it's taking it to the extreme so that you look at it and you're like, look, y'all, look how dumb this is.
Yeah.
And of course, some of it's also like just for the era from when it's from. Like BattleTech runs into some of that, especially with the older stuff, because it's like it's 80s future. And so, like, it has some of that 80s future baggage that it's been trying to let go of. In actually the almost 40 years that it's been out. God, when did 40K happen?
40,000 years ago. Hence
well,
the 40K.
Yes, that's.
I feel like it's really hard in this day and age to poke fun at things like nationalism in the way that we used to be able to in the 90s. Because people don't get the joke. Right?
I think that's part of the problem, like, because you can't tell the difference between satire and reality a lot of the times.
Right.
So, like, does Warcraft have the same issues? I mean, I replayed Warcraft 3 not too long ago because I realized I had it lying around. And, like, most of the time you are actually playing the bad guy.
I mean, if you look at the World of Warcraft and the lore behind those stories, there are no good guys.
No,
like,
not at all.
None of them are good guys. The Horde and the Alliance are both awful conglomerates of species. The elves are racist as fuck, all of them. I heard a theory that the Emperor is dead, but because so many people believed he was a god, despite him denying it, the god was created in the ether from the people's beliefs. The Tauren did nothing wrong. Really?
I mean, okay, well, everyone should just go play Stray.
I mean, that's fair. No one is good or bad except the Zerks. And are they really bad, or are they just doing what they're supposed to do? We did do plenty wrong as Tauren.
We did plenty wrong. I still, that one dude that just kept trying to chat up. I almost felt bad.
Almost. Until you realize, like, he probably does this to real women.
Oh, right.
How people love the Empire and Siths in Star Wars. Yeah.
I mean, not like the Jedi were any like the Jedi were not good guys either.
No,
Like
no, I
like
find
the
that
Sith
to
are
be
absolutely bad,
I
but the
find
Jedi are not good.
I find that to be really interesting that the Jedi, when you talk to people, like the Jedi are the good guys, right? They're trying to save you from the bad Sith people. But if you look at it, they really are they're they're not healthy. They steal
Yeah.
children and indoctrinate them into a religion and turn them into warriors to go fight people who don't believe in their religion. That's fucked up.
Yep. The Jedi and Sith are the extremes.
Yeah. Yeah.
And like and the one anyone who is in the middle is portrayed as like worse than both of them.
Right. They're the sludge, right? How dare you? How dare you be Han Solo?
Yep. How dare.
Gray Jedis for life.
I'm still mad at like that every Star Wars game, like if you try to be neutral, like you are never good at anything.
No, you can't be. You can't be.
Oh yes. Let's talk about that, Sang.
Let's talk about the white guy coming into a place filled with indigenous people and trying to fix it.
So when Frank Herbert wrote Dune, it was about the petroleum industry. And it was writing about how terrible, like all the terrible things we were doing in pursuit of oil. And
I mean, it's literally a substance that they use to travel.
Yep. Exactly. And then when he wrote the sequel, he basically was like, oh, all of these people missed the point and thought it was a white savior book. Now I'm going to go ahead and talk about how white saviors never work. Like,
right. The whole God complex. Yeah,
like
I'm hoping
the way that progresses, like the hero of the story ends up being a rando that like was the hero because everyone liked him. It takes like 30 books to get there.
I really hope that the new movie series gets to that, right?
It'll be hard because that theme doesn't really come out until like the second book. Like it's there in the first book, like that idea that like he's doing this and it's like he knows it's going to go badly is there,
right?
But it doesn't really come out until the second one, where it's just like basically he spends the entire book just regretting his choices. Like
oh, I want it to happen so bad. I want there to be at least 3 movies in this. They need to make it a Dune trilogy. Yeah. That's fine. We can just do part of the second book. I'm okay with that.
Right.
Just enough.
Oh.
Consider Herbert's take on the environment. It's kind of funny. The park named after him in Tacoma is a reclaimed toxic dump. I mean...
Paul is bad and the sun is way worse. Again, it's on purpose.
Yeah.
Like it is... He did that on purpose. And then Frank Herbert's son completely missed the point when he wrote all of the rest of his fanfic. Like it took out all of the like commentary and just made it a book about stuff.
Yeah.
Also, if you really want to find out something horrible, so Lake Powell is one of the big reservoirs in southern Utah. And the guy that it's named after spent his entire life campaigning about how the way that they're distributing water on the Colorado River is absolutely unsustainable and we need to stop.
And it's still happening.
And they did none of, and so they honored him by doing the exact opposite of what he wanted.
Making him part of it. We're going to make you part of this thing that you hate. Whenever I see people picking bad guys as someone to support, I always think of that specific scene where the guy dressed as a Nazi says, "We're the baddies." Yeah. Wait. We're the baddies. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That
It's a weird, but like, so to back on point, the latest
yeah.
one that hit me was this Hellraiser stuff.
Oh,
So
wait. Oh, jeez.
so they're making a Hellraiser show. It's been in the works for
Okay.
years. Anyone who is interested in Hellraiser at all has known about this for fucking years, right? But now that
Okay.
there's like an official teaser, all of these people are coming out of the woodwork who are supposedly Hellraiser fans,
Okay, so
proclaiming it.
it's Clive Barker's writing the script. So okay, like already it's like, okay, so what are you mad at? Like
It's based
it's
more
the dude.
on the original story, which is,
Good.
there you go.
Dark and serious tone. Oh no, that was okay. So that different director.
So in the original story, in the Hellbound Heart, um, the creature known as the Hell Priest was genderless. It wasn't male or female. It was the embodiment of pain. Right?
Okay.
It's an S&M angel, right? Like he's really into S&M, and it was like this embodiment of pain. And the person that is playing the Hell Priest in the show is a trans woman, which I think is fucking perfect.
Oh, that's genius.
Right? And they're going for like super androgynous. People are losing their fucking minds.
That is an absolutely genius take.
Right? It's perfect. And the same people who are angry that they have replaced Pinhead with a woman are also the same people who are mad because trans women aren't women. And I'm like, well, what's the fucking problem then?
Oh, right.
What's the problem? If you think
Yeah.
that trans women aren't women, then what the fuck's the problem?
Then yeah, that you raise a good point,
Yeah.
sir.
So I don't know. It's just, I get excited when I see something come across my Facebook feed about one of these things that I'm interested in, and then I fucking
Right.
stupidly click on the comments, thinking that I'm going to get some more information that's useful, and
Never
instead,
click on the comments.
it's just a mess. I'm gonna
Never.
I'm gonna build a plugin for Chrome that just removes the comments from the internet, all of it. No more comments.
Down.
Facebook is nothing but pictures, nothing else. Shall we take a break?
Yeah, let's take a minute and we'll come back and do some things.
Yes.
What?
A Nightbreed show would be
actually good. In the vein of things that people have been mad at, what is something from your childhood that you would like to see remade?
Ooh, good one.
And I don't mean like some, not just like exactly like you remember it from childhood, but like something from your childhood that you would like to see how they remake it today to make it make sense.
Ooh, I'm building a list in my head. Okay, we'll be right back.
We'll be back.
I'm excited. are back. Welcome back.
Hello.
So we have a
We're
Star
back.
Blazers.
Okay. What hasn't been remade yet? That's a like. That is also a good point.
I got two good ones. I got two.
Okay,
So what? So you give me one of yours.
So, like, I've been thinking about this a lot. Like, I would love to see, I would love to see like how they would do Captain Planet today.
Oh, that would be interesting.
Because like it was so like beat everybody over the head.
Mm-hmm.
Like I really like that would be one that would be interesting to see how they would redo it, because it would almost have to be like after the climate disaster, right?
Yeah.
Like almost like the first, like the kids, like the original Captain Planet crew failed. And because here we are, right?
Yeah.
And
post-apocalyptic.
Like post-apocalyptic Captain Planet.
I want to see that as like a horror film where like Captain Planet comes back
that would be a
pissed
trip.
off, like I'm gonna fucking fuck all you kids up. You didn't do it enough.
It's not heart anymore. It's vengeance.
So here's my first one. This is gonna be a controversial one. Goonies.
Oh.
I want to see, and I want them to do it in the way that they did The Craft, where they were like, we're gonna reboot The Craft, and everyone got all pissed off, and then at the end they secretly like put a little thing in there, and they're like, nope, actually it's not a reboot, it's a sequel, and we just didn't tell you about it.
Okay, I like it.
Either
like
that or one of the kids is grown up and it's his kids in the Boondocks.
Okay.
I think that would be amazing too.
Yeah, I like that. There's also a part of me that's just like, so I would like to see Thundercats without the racism.
That's fair. Anything from the 80s without the racism.
Right. There's a lot of stuff from the 80s that could do.
Speaking of Captain Planet.
Yeah.
In Portland, Oregon? That would be interesting.
Wasn't the Goonies in Astoria?
It was. It's pretty close.
Yeah, like that's not far from Portland.
Yeah.
I've driven by the house. Like
you should watch the new Craft if only for the fact that it's a Craft film. And there's a cameo at the end.
A cameo.
There is. I have another one.
Okay. What else you got?
Something that I'm actually really surprised that nothing has happened with. Where they have redone everything. Literally everything that has, like, there's stuff out there. What happened to Gumby? Why has there not been a Gumby show?
Where's Gumby?
It
would be so easy to do like a 3D animated Gumby.
Like a 3D, like an animated Gumby movie? That would be amazing. With the blockheads, they scared the shit out of me as a kid.
How has there not been a Gumby?
Right?
That's a good one. I like that one.
They could even do the company that did like James and the Giant Peach and stuff. They could do it and actually make it like claymation still.
Yeah. Yeah.
Gumby's creator was involved with drug stuff. He left the country. That's fine. Everyone from that era was involved with drug stuff. It's okay.
Yeah, that's true. Trying to think if there's anything else. Because yeah, like so much stuff has been redone and like not great. There's a lot that I'd like to see redone well.
Yeah.
But I know that like that's just I think it's just not gonna happen.
Ooh, Popeye would be interesting. Ooh, that would be interesting.
I feel like that would be a really interesting like.
That would be hard.
Post-Afghanistan take of just like this poor sailor with like extreme PTSD.
Wow.
Like
who
there's only so many like
blacks out.
Yeah. Like the spinach is the only thing that doesn't make like makes him feel nothing.
reboot of the cartoon or a reboot of the Robin Williams? Or I would do the Robin Williams version. It would be hard though without him. It'd be really hard without him. I would also like to see all of Pastors. They really are
kind of, yeah.
I want to see the Thundercats, but a dark, gritty Thundercats.
I mean, like, actually, Thundercats would make a really good survival, like survival Minecrafty kind of game, because you land in this, land on this unknown world. There is an evil mummy trying to kill you. Wait, they did reboot Thundercats? Oh yeah, and they actually somehow made it even more racist. Now that I'm thinking about it.
Oh, I can't believe that Tartakovsky, or however you say his name, was working on that. That would have been amazing.
Oh, okay.
I really enjoy
Thundercats Roar that premiered in 2020. Received a negative reception and was canceled. There was a 2011 version that was canceled. Oh, goodness gracious.
What about He-Man? Can we do He-Man again? Like a live action He-Man, but not with Dolph Lundgren?
That would be fun. So, it's not really from childhood, and they won't be able to do it for a while. But it would be cool to do like a Warehouse 13 in like 10 years when Alison Scagliotti is a little bit older, and just bring her back as the caretaker.
That would be interesting.
Oh, and my audio is gone. Oh, so I'm going to reboot. So I'll be back in a minute.
Okay, fine.
Because that's just, the email killed it. All your email's fault.
Do it with Dolph Lundgren? Okay.
I'll be back.
Okay, we hear you. We hear you. I think it would be interesting to see like an actual budget He-Man. Something that was just brought to my attention this week is that they tried to do Sailor Moon in the US. I mean, they did Sailor Moon, but they took out all the lesbianism, right? Which kind of defeats the purpose. Where they just don't go to Earth, right? Like, I just want to see, like, that first movie would have been great if they just stayed on Endor or whatever the fuck the planet's name was. Do it with Dolph Lundgren, but with him acting as if he was in his 20s. He should be, wasn't like they're the king, or he could be like Man at Arms. That would be dope. It was going to be animated and live action. That's weird. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. I still own a complete set of the original starters for the Sailor Moon CCG. Of course you do. By the same guy that did the Power Rangers. That would have been Sabon. I actually didn't hate the Power Rangers. I thought it was okay. Oh, there's a comic? I didn't know that they had done a comic. I actually enjoyed the movie. I thought it was fun. It was silly. But my expectations were so low. They were so low going into that film that like it literally could have just been 5 people in a room farting on each other for an hour and a half, and I would have been like, dope. Power Rangers was better in Japan. What was Sentai stuff more realistic? Yeah, that would have been better. Ooh, Thundar the Barbarian. Any of the old TV show, like cartoon shows that were made just to sell cartoons, Insectors, like any of that stuff would be worth a reboot, right? Or like one big, or like a TV show on Netflix where it's just, you never know what that, it can be like American Horror Stories, where you never know what the next episode's going to be, but it's just going to be a random TV, like cartoon from our childhood brought to life. That would be dope. Let's make that. Snorks. Absolutely. I did see about the gorillas being in the same universe as the Powerpuff Girls, which is weird. Because does that mean that Tank Girl is technically in the same universe as the Powerpuff Girls? Like, that's weird. I'm excited for the Tank Girl reboot. Especially with, what's her butt? That's going to be amazing. She's doing, her company is like kicking ass. They're doing a Barbie movie, which is going to be amazing. And then she's following that up with Tank Girl. Like, come on. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be awesome. What was her company's name? Dark. There is, I believe, Gargoyles is getting a reboot. What's his name? Spanish guy with a really hard to pronounce name that does all the really cool dark stuff. Guillermo del Toro, I believe, is working on a Gargoyle something, but it keeps getting like pushed back burnered. We don't need another live action Mario movie. Nope. We don't need one. There's the age gap, by the way. Those of us who are offended by that film, like, there's a gap. Because there's a whole generation of people who love that movie. And that's horrifying to me. The fact that there are people that enjoy that is just... it's horrifying. Absolutely horrifying. Which was worse, Mario movie or Double Dragon? Both of them are awful. See? There's the age gap. There is an age gap between me and then Genova Life and Reaper on the other end. We'll ask Pastor when he gets back which side of that gap he's on. If he makes it back. It sounds like he might not be coming back. So she's doing a new Ocean's 11, Asteroid City, Babylon, Amsterdam Barbie, Ruin, Gotham City Sirens. That other one must not be working yet. I miss the old show with Link. You remember Link in the old cartoon? It was like half Mario Brothers and then half Link. See, I liked the old Mortal Kombat movie. I'm glad they remade that. I think the new Mortal Kombat movie was a good, like, update to make it better. Because it wasn't very good the first time. Like, those are awful films, but they were meant to be awful. They should remake Song of the South. Cowboys of the Moo Mesa? I don't even know what that is. I don't know what this is at all. It looks like this is the reason why you all are furries. Your generation and their weird furries come down to this show. And they're cows. Ooh, street sharks, you know. See? Genova's like, oh yeah. Kink unlocked. American Bandstand. Oh, that would be... Or they could... Do they still have a Mickey Mouse Club? Or like 3-2-1 Contact? Could we do that? Furryism came from Maid Marian from the Disney cartoon. I mean, that's fair. Saw that as live action Sesame Street as compared to the not live action Sesame Street. Sonic is why he's a furry. Okay. I don't know how to feel about that. Was it Sonic the character? Like, was it actual Sonic? Or was it like, were you really into Tails? Was it the video game? Was it the cartoon? I don't understand. Because Sonic was not... Robin Hood is why I'm afraid. I think Robin Hood and like between Maid Marian and Robin in that movie, like I think that's why so many of us started questioning ourselves at a young age. Because we were like, well, we don't know which. I don't know which one. They're both amazing. I can have both, please. And Rogue the Bat. Okay. I just find it's Sally Acorn. I don't know. That's weird. Okay. And Rogue the Bat. I think I've seen like Rule 54 stuff of yeah. Y'all are weird, man. I know we're hurting. I know we aren't hurting for Spider-Man, but a new Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends would make my day. There's a new Super Pets coming out. That looks good. I'm excited about that. With the DC all the pets. There's like a little Batman dog. There's a cursed idea doing a live action in the style of the Lion King of the cartoon Robin Hood with them all being animals. That's just like furry porn at that point, right? With Iceman and Firestar. That would be. Or like, I don't know. I feel like DC needs some love. Someone needs to pick up DC. Someone. They just need to pay Farvo to come in and fix it for them. Like, just have them come in for a minute and organize shit for y'all. I just saw that Tim Curry was a voice actor on Cowboys of Moo Mesa. Never seen anything about it. Was Reaper's email that bad? I know, right? I think we lost him. I think we straight up. Oh. He, he, it looks like it may be a minute. It looks like his computer did bad things. Ooh, Black Cauldron, that would be dope. I love me some Black Cauldron. I would be down for that, for sure. With, what's his name? Gurgi? Was it Gurgi? Gurgle? I can't remember his name. I think it was Gurgi. Remake as a non-porn version of Debbie Does Dallas. What would she be doing to Dallas if it was a non-porn version? There was a donut shop in Colorado growing up called Debbie Does Donuts. It was a topless donut place, which is still weird. I don't know how that passes like health inspection. A live action of the space cartoon of Treasure Island. That movie was amazing. I say we need a reboot, but the one we got was barely reboot at all. See, I never watched Reboot. Was that the... Yeah, it's that weird animated thing. Yeah, I never watched that. I was a little too old. A little too old. Alf, Alf would be interesting now. Be interesting. I want to think I heard something about an Alf reboot. It might have got canceled. A reboot Alf, but it still takes place in the 80s. Like, it could be like Stranger Things, only it could be all like dark and brooding, except it's Alf. Oh, here we go. Shout Factory has bought the rights to the nostalgic puppet show and has threatened to launch an aggressive rollout of Alf pop culture content later this year that will include streaming the original series and its animated spin-offs, as well as new ALF-related content, digital media initiatives, and this is the moment all ALF fans have been waiting for. So we're going to get more ALF. ALF as dark horror would be amazing. ALF cursing, smoking, and drinking. I like it. Two Guys, a Girl, and a Pizza Place with the original. I don't remember Two Guys, a Girl, and a Pizza Place. I love how in our romanticized version of the 80s, everything wasn't brown. Oh, in my brain, everything was brown and it was all corduroy. It was so much corduroy in the 80s. All of us had a sound when we walked that was like Ryan Reynolds and Nathan Fillion. Oh yeah, that was the Canadian stuff, right? Who is Raina Reynolds? I just imagined Ryan Reynolds with a wig on, and her name is Raina Reynolds. I like it. Everything smelled like cigarettes. The carpet was always like that dark orange, and it was long, like very long carpet, but textured. Like parts of it were short and parts of it were long. It was like waves. There was a texture to the whole thing. There was always a piece of furniture that was furry. My parents, for the longest time, I don't know why this was. I'm afraid to ask as an adult. They had a van, and in the van for a long time was a round couch that was furry. It was weird. It was just in the back of the van. Remake Roots as a comedy. Based on their TV commercials, I'd like a series or at least a buddy travel movie with Patrick Stewart and Mark Hamill. That would be interesting. I have a feeling we don't have much left from Patrick Stewart. We're not going to get much more out of him. I feel like we need to hold on to this Picard show as long as possible because he's old. He's very old. Older, less popular casinos in Vegas. Yeah. I feel like Vegas in the 80s was a very different place, right? Vegas in the 80s, like people still got shot and disappeared. You're back. He's back. Hold on, I gotta switch. Oh, maybe he's back. He's frozen.
Hello?
There, he's coming back. Hold on.
Oh my goodness.
That was a lot.
Yeah, what did you do, man? What happened?
I rebooted because, you know, the audio went squirrely. And the next thing I know, my computer's like, I need to do a disk check.
You know,
Like, I don't need my disk checked.
I
And
feel
it said, yes, you do.
I feel like it's maybe time to start thinking, instead of buying a new microphone, I think it's time to start thinking about buying a new audio interface.
Oh, no, it's not. It is not the audio interface at this point. I mean, yes, like I'm going to get a new audio interface, but it is 100% this computer is just on its last legs, and I'm just holding out for like a couple more months.
Well, I'm glad you made it back.
I'm glad I made it back too. I wasn't sure, but
we
apparently, like,
we thought maybe there wasn't a coming back. Breakfast Club, but with just minorities, so everyone can complain. There was actually a Johnny and I have been watching. It was a show, might still be happening. But it's movies. It's a show, but it's movies, and each movie is related to a holiday. And one of them that we just watched was almost a direct remake of Breakfast Club, except there's murder. It was really cool, actually.
okay, so I'm going back on here. Let's see. Okay, so Reaper's email killed the stream.
Yes. We assumed that you had saw the email and just fucked off.
Live action Black Cauldron would be cool.
Yeah, I would be down for that.
Alf.
And it ends up there's a bunch of ALF content coming.
I'm still unhappy that Nathan Fillion might just.
We're not going to talk about the fact
Uh,
that Nathan Fillion's a horrible person. It's okay. We just
I
won't
I
acknowledge it.
saw. Speaking of Ryan Reynolds, they're remaking Clue with him.
I mean,
Yeah,
okay.
I don't know how I feel about that, but like it's yeah, they're remaking Clue with him.
Huh. I'm actually
Um,
I'm okay with that. Huh. Yeah, I'm okay with that. I'm down. Nathan Fillion is we're not going to talk about it. We're not going to acknowledge it because as soon as we do, will Tim Curry play the dead guy?
okay, long story short, he played the well, I never saw it happen, it never happened to me card.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it was kind of it was awkward.
It was awkward because the person he was talking to was laying it out 100% for him to say, like, he gave him every fucking opportunity to be a good person.
Every opportunity.
And it was just oh, I didn't see anything bad, so I don't know how. I don't think
like
it's a bad.
It was such a soft softball that it could have been a t-ball.
And he didn't even swing.
He
just
there,
did this.
And he just
didn't even swing.
He did that thing where you swing real big and you miss and you do a turn and fall down.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like so like he probably isn't like it's one of those situations where like he's probably not actively a problem, but he's definitely like passively part of the problem.
Yeah. Yeah. Ooh. More things to remake. We can do it all in one go. Ooh, one of them's gonna be questionable. I'm gonna get some pushback on this. Labyrinth.
Down.
Legend.
Okay.
I don't know. Those are the two I thought of.
You need to go Willow next.
I mean, they're making a new Willow show, so that's already in the works.
Well, and I'd say they could remake Ferngully, but they already did that too.
The sequel for that's coming out soon too.
And the sequel for the Ferngully remake's coming up.
They already made a Labyrinth sequel comic book. I don't care about comic books. That doesn't count. It's not real. It doesn't exist. What about The Princess Bride? What about that? It'd be hard.
All right.
That would be hard.
It would be hard, but it would be all right.
Will they still keep the bulge if they yes, they would have to.
You have
it's
to.
A character of its own.
David Bowie's crotchal situation is as much a part of the movie as David Bowie.
It really is. It really is.
I'd also like to see I'd like to see a lot of the like 80s John Hughes movies remade, but kind of in like, dude, you're 24, why are you hitting on this 16-year-old kind of ways?
That's fair. They're doing a show based on Ferris Bueller's Day Off about the two guys who took the car on a joyride.
That's good.
I was
perfect.
like, there we go.
That is fantastic.
Nothing tra-la-la. Yeah, I thought that was
like
a good way to handle
that's the way to do. That's like Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are dead vibes, right?
Exactly. They already did. I did see that.
Yep, there was a Ferris TV show.
Yeah. There was someone in that is like famous now. I can't remember who it was. Oh, Jennifer Aniston, right? That was like one of her first things.
Oh, yeah.
I think. Yeah.
Oh, so I finally watched Scrubs over the past little while.
Oh, yeah.
Like I had never seen Scrubs before.
You skipped the last season, right?
So we didn't. But I came in. Well, okay. So here's the deal. I came into
Fucking
it knowing.
you.
No, I knew that the last season was going to be super different, and I knew that like I had learned in the process that the creator wanted it to be a spinoff. Like he did not want it to be like a continuation.
Right.
I wanted to see more of that show, like the show that it should have been.
Right.
right? And
Right.
yes, the Brendan Fraser ep was beautiful.
Dude,
Like it was so beautifully done.
the Brendan Fraser episode of that and the dog episode of Futurama.
Yeah, those
Like,
two are both.
just gut wrenching.
Yeah,
Absolutely gut wrenching.
the Brendan, it was so good because when it just stops at the end, and it's so obvious, like all the way through, but then it just stops.
Yeah.
And you're like, yeah.
Yeah. It's interesting to me that show, like, it really talked a lot about some super heavy topics.
Yeah. No, I will say I hate JD.
Really?
I just cannot stand him.
Really? Now, do you hate the character?
It might be that I just don't like Zach Braff.
Oh man.
But like, I just spent myself just strongly disliking JD.
See, I disliked him just because I thought he was horrible to like his relationships with literally everyone were absolute shit shows.
And I think it might have been just like he was so focused on himself the entire time. Like everyone else is growing around him, and all he can see is that they're not paying attention to him anymore.
Yeah. So, spoiler alert, there is an episode of Scrubs.
Spoiler alert for a really old show at this point.
Where Brendan Fraser he's in the episode, but he's dead. And it's the main character trying to come to terms with his death with him following him around.
Yeah. It's his character had leukemia, and like we had known for like a season and a half at that point that character had leukemia, and then he just shows up again, but it's just a little bit off.
Yeah.
Like, and then and it's really good episode.
Did you see the fallout from Batgirl? Yes, that's.
Oh yeah.
Again, and I saw so it sounds like it sounds like they shelved it for tax reasons. And
that's what I got the impression of when I like read into it more.
And it's possible they may be releasing it to some streaming service later, and that the whole thing was like let's try to get some more people talking about this movie.
There's the whole thing happening with Discovery, and like there's a lot of shenanigans happening with that merged thing. Like the Discovery thing is causing a whole bunch of stuff to happen on HBO that is just awkward.
Yeah, it's touching a lot of companies and making them make decisions about things. I don't know. Yeah, I thought it was funny that they offered the woman that played Batgirl. They offered her the opportunity to play to keep the character and stay in that universe, but work on something else, and she just said no. She's like, no, I'm not doing that.
There's Brendan Fraser has a show with Tom Welling that CW has been sitting on.
Weird.
It's on Swedish television. So I'll just throw that out there. It's really good.
Weird.
It takes a bit of an adventure to find it, but it's Brendan Fraser and Tom Welling. Brendan Fraser is a rich socialite guy, and Tom Welling is the like high-end security squad. It was really fun.
Weird.
I'm trying to find there's a couple other people that are like from things that are in it, but it's mostly like randos. Tom Welling, Brendan Fraser, Elena Anaya, Steve Mark, Ken Dukin. but like again, like the CW bought it like a year ago and has just been sitting on it. And the show's done. Like the show's
Weird.
ready to go. They're just I don't know why they're just sitting on it.
Weird. This is weird. I finally finished watching
CW, so.
Star Trek Enterprise.
Oh,
Um,
how was that?
Last episode was weird. Another spoiler alert for a show that's been off forever. The last episode comes around, and it ends up the whole series, all 2 seasons, has been Riker in the
Yes.
in the fucking holodeck the whole time, as an aside to an episode from The Next Generation. He's trying to make a decision about how to handle things, so he goes into the and we get. They literally pulled a "and we woke up from a beautiful dream" at the end. I don't know how to feel about that at all. But but because of that, I have started watching Star Trek Strange New Worlds. The new one that's the old one. Like they're doing, it's like a throwback. It's Captain Pike and the crew.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It's really good.
It's
really good.
I've got, let's see. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've got 8 episodes left of Babylon 5.
Yep.
And then like a lot of like there's TV movies and stuff to go through, but like so I'm almost done with Babylon 5. That's been a fun series. Like I love Jakar. Like he has just become my absolute favorite character. But like it's been good. Like it's solid.
I never got into
it. It kind of like.
Is there a lot?
It's five seasons and a couple TV movies, which are basically just like 2 episodes. I think it's the big thing that hurt it was it happened at the same time as Deep Space Nine, and Deep Space Nine was Star Trek and good.
Yeah.
And Babylon 5 is also really good. It just didn't have that like establishedness of it.
Yeah, that's fair. Oh, it looks like it's all on HBO Max. Interesting.
Yeah. And then after that, I don't know what I'm gonna watch, but that was I might rewatch Sequest DSV, Star Trek in the ocean.
Okay, weird.
Well, it's
they're doing a reboot.
The guy from Jaws. The kid that killed himself. Brandis. What is his name? Hold on. Jonathan Brandis, maybe? Yeah, Jonathan Brandis. He's in there. Mark Shepard's dad, Morgan Shepard's in it.
Interesting. So it looks like the guy who created Babylon 5 has been working with the CW to create a spin-off or a reboot, a full reboot.
Babylon 5?
Yeah. And they wrote a pilot and the script was not picked up. And 99.999% of the time, that is the end of the road for the project. But the president of the CW is a huge Babylon 5 fan.
Interesting.
And it might still happen, which is weird.
Huh.
Weird.
That's crazy.
So maybe next year you'll get some more Babylon 5.
Maybe. It could do for some freshening up. Like there's some things that they handle, like it's stuff they handle really well, like for the era, and it like there's not been too much that's come up that's been like actively problematic, but there's stuff that they could definitely do better if they redid it.
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty much everything, right?
Well, right.
I tried to rewatch it and it didn't hold up.
Oh, I'm sure that it won't. Especially because like the third season they bring in Michael Ironside for reasons.
We love
It's
Michael
like
Irons.
there was just an era where he kept getting work and no one really knows why.
Farscape.
I've
Yeah.
I've heard good things about Farscape. The people who like it tend to really like Farscape.
Yeah. That's another one though that just felt like a, oh hey, Deep Space Nine is doing really well. We should try to do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh. Let's see. There we go. Like people who like Farscape.
If Angus Herfenferfer like Farscape, then we know it must be good,
And
right?
and Angus Herfenferfer has never steered anybody wrong.
Steered.
That was not on purpose.
We watched Lamb last
I
night.
think I've seen that.
The A24 movie about the lamb. Oh, it's
Okay,
fun.
I haven't seen it, but I've heard about it. Yeah.
It is beautifully strange. It is everything
Okay.
we were hoping it would be. But
Nice.
surprised that it ended up actually being that, because we both figured that it probably wasn't going to be. But it's pretty good.
I would love to see like a Dick Tracy or The Shadow or like some of those like old shows.
I was just thinking about Dick Tracy and how like
when Barlazy mentioned Green Hornet, that's what made me think of it, because
Yeah.
there was like the bad remake that was not good.
Right. Well, it was all right if you were into that
But
kind of thing.
right, but it wasn't.
It wasn't great. No.
What was the? Yeah, Dick Tracy would be fun.
Yeah. Like when they did the one with Madonna, that was huge. That was huge.
Yeah.
And if you did something like that now, it would be brilliant. Brilliant.
There's one that you know what else would be fun to remake, but I know no one would do it well. The Rocketeer.
Yeah, they would fuck it up.
Like nobody would do it well, but that is such a great. Is that on Disney Plus? I hope that's on Disney Plus.
It was a great movie. Pollyanna, but ends at the right point when she fell out of the window. I don't think I ever watched Pollyanna. Never saw it. I think they should remake Old Yeller, but have it end differently.
Oh, The Rocketeer is on Disney Plus.
Nice. I actually think I own that.
I'm gonna have to watch that.
Let's see if it's in my list. I feel like it is.
There's some video games that I'd love to see some like good reboots of too.
Such as, I do own that. Nice.
Like it'd be like
Max Payne. Can we get Max Payne again?
that was such like a moment in time.
It really was. A mashup between Old Yeller and Cujo.
Like it'd be nice to see like the Dragon Age series get the Mass Effect treatment where they just kind of like freshen things up a bit. Patch out some of the bugs.
Make you pay $100 for the same game with better graphics.
I mean, there is that.
There is. Jennifer Connelly is. If you are not crushed on Jennifer Connelly, something's fucking wrong with you. I'm sorry. I said what I said.
No, that's fair.
If you do not have a crush on Jennifer Connelly, I will never trust you. I just can't trust you. It's not.
That's fair.
Because something is inherently wrong with you. Not career opportunities and the scene with the carousel horse. I mean, that was just an added bonus. Or her overdosing on heroin in that one movie. The one dark movie that fucks everyone up every time they watch it. Made by the guy that did Black Swan. The fuck was that called? What the hell was it called? It was Darren Aronofsky, Requiem for a Dream.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Reaper got it.
There it is. Yep. Reaper for the Reaper.
Hey, you know what? I never said anything wrong about Gina Davis. There's nothing wrong. You know, I enjoyed Beetlejuice.
Be careful with that.
Why is that?
I mean, that's one. Just be careful with that.
Okay.
I mean, you got to be careful with that name.
I know. Which name? Okay. Beetlejuice?
That's the one.
What has she been up to lately? Oh, she's still doing stuff. She-Ra and the Princess of Power. She plays Huntara. Oh, she was in Glow.
I wanted to like Glow. I just could not get into it.
I think you and everyone else.
I don't know what they did. I don't know if it was just like the immediate Allison Brie boobs that happened, or like, because it was like, you know how sometimes like premium shows, they just like throw uncomfortable nudity at you, just to like prove how edgy they are. Like they very much did that.
Yeah. You may summon a large star and destroy the entire planet if you say Betelgeuse. I understand the Kat Denning things. I never liked Kat Dennings until WandaVision. And then I was like, you know what? I get it. I get it now. I do understand. Now, would I put Kat Dennings on the same level with Jennifer Connelly? Hell no. That's blasphemous. I mean, it's just not right.
Yeah. Let's see here.
What else is on my list of? I still have a list of topics, past topics. Oh, I know what one of them is. With all the reboots, sequels, etc. that should be made, and instead they keep churning out sequels to Flowers in the Attic. I mean, they're technically not sequels. It's a whole series based on the entire series of books, which is just weird. I didn't say same level. Black-haired women. I mean, that's fair.
There are definitely some books that I like that I'm torn. Like, it would be fun to see, like, some of them made into movies or TV shows, but at the same time, like, I don't want that. Like,
I still would give body parts for a Dark Tower series, like a real one.
Yeah,
like they just need to make The Gunslinger. I swear to God, they just make The Gunslinger as a self-contained film, and they'll get the money for the rest of the series. Reaper would love if you played Goth Girls by Frontalot on stream. Yeah, I mean, that is his theme song, right?
What about? Okay, I tried so hard to reread Wheel of Time. I made it through like, I think 3 books, and then I'm just like, oh no, this is awful. This is absolutely horrible. I am punishing myself by really reading this, and it hurt me.
There was the series of movies. I think they only got to 2 of them, based on books about the boy who ends up being a Roman god, and it's all the Roman gods as teenagers.
Percy Jackson?
Percy Jackson. They're doing a TV show based on the Percy Jackson books.
Okay.
Which will be interesting. There we go. Yeah. The first 2 books are amazing, but at book 5, I think I bowed out.
Of Wheel of Time. Yeah, it gets to be a slog because, like, when you read like a third of the book and literally nothing has happened in 200 pages, they're just talking about things, but not even like talking about things in ways that are interesting. They're just like, I'm the chosen one.
But you
It's
read
so
Dune,
awkward.
right?
Right. That's the point. Dune spends the whole time talking about why being the chosen one is bad. Like, you don't want a chosen one. Chosen ones destroy the universe.
It's fair. It's all totally fair.
Like, it is a whole different vibe. Like, for the original 6 Dune books, anyways. The other ones, not so much.
I think they should make.
And then don't mind me having like literally all of the Dune books right over here.
I mean, you do have all of them. What other book series do you have up there?
It's a good question. So I've got Ray Bradbury, Edda's, Kafka, Poe, Princess Bride, Beowulf, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, Dune, Wheel of Time, Witcher, Call of Cthulhu, written in the style of Dr. Seuss, Chronicles of Narnia, a couple Peter Hamilton series, Calvin and Hobbes is down on the floor, and then a whole bunch of BattleTech stuff.
Interesting. There's a couple of book series that I'm reading.
And Brent Weeks. Can't forget those.
Would Wheel of Time be just like Naruto or DBZ flashbacks? I don't know what that means. There's a couple of book series that I'm reading on my Kindle I would love to see made into an animated style.
I'm still holding out. Like, I know it's never going to happen at this point, but I would love to see the Old Man Conan movie.
That would be good. They need to hurry if they're going to have a chance at doing
that. But like that, there's something about that last scene of that last scene of Barbarian where it's just Old Man Conan, right?
Yeah. Naruto as a live action rom-com with no martial arts whatsoever. How about a new Conan the Barbarian series based on the 12 books? I could get into that.
Okay, so the script was finished, but Universal dropped the project. There's a possibility of a TV show, and that's kind of where it's at.
But it won't be Schwarzenegger. Like, it's not going to work.
That's the hard, like, it needs to be Schwarzenegger old as Old Man Conan.
Yeah. Because there would be, like, start a fight, then have a flashback that lasted 3 episodes before the main character spends another 2 episodes powering up, and then finishing the fight in the next episode. I'm going to assume that reference makes perfect sense to people who
that's kind of how anime like does things.
Okay. I think they should do a live action Neon Genesis Evangelion. I think that would be dope.
Should be 2 seasons at least. I'd love to see I would love to see like a BattleTech story that's a TV show or a film, but the problem is like it is such an expansive universe with so much happening. There's no good way to do like this is the place to dive in here.
Right.
Like there's no good like contained story to tell that wouldn't like I think that might actually be why there's no good like 40K something. Because there's like so much world involved.
Right. That's fair. I am excited.
The BattleTech CCG was absolutely a mess.
Taika Waititi is doing a live action Akira. And I think that's just an amazing mash. If anyone can actually pull that off, I think it's Waititi.
Yeah. I was really impressed with the live action Rurouni Kenshin that came out a couple years ago. I think the only ones of us that watched it was like me and Raj and family, but like that was really good. They did a good job with that live action version. There's like
Interesting. Let's take another quick break. I
Yeah.
need some fluids.
Sounds good.
While we're going, what's something that you really, really, really don't want them to remake?
Oh. Okay.
That you feel like nothing that could possibly be like any way that they could possibly remake it would do it any justice at all, and that it's best left alone.
Does it have to be like a film or TV show getting remade, or can it be like some like a
Nirvana's Nevermind album?
well, but I'm thinking like a book or something that you wouldn't want to see turned into something else.
That
like
works.
those sorts of things. Like I'm just trying to get an understanding of the range of the question.
That all of that fits.
Okay.
Yeah. If there's a book series that you're like, please don't try to make this into a movie, it would be awful.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. We will be right back. And we're back.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I liked the latest Terminator movie. I thought that was good.
Which one was the latest one?
Dark Fury?
Yeah, that doesn't help me.
It's the one that basically threw out everything since Judgment Day.
Dark Fate?
Dark Fate. Yeah, that's the one.
Oh yeah, with the young girl and the what's her
That was
butts?
good. I liked that one.
You enjoyed
I'm
it
all
too.
like, if they keep like in that universe where it's just like it's her, then I'm fine with it.
That's the one where they killed John Connor right at the beginning, right?
Yes, and it was beautiful.
It's so
It
good.
was so awesome.
Yeah.
I loved it so much.
Yeah, I enjoyed that. And that was, I think, the first thing that I'd ever seen Mackenzie Davis in. And I liked her quite a bit in that.
Okay.
What else do we got? No more Bible movies. A modern day Cannonball Run. Yes, do that.
Shouldn't try remaking the original Star Wars. Maybe you should though.
It might be better now. No Deadpool without Ryan Reynolds. That's fair.
Okay, that's fair.
The
Stop remaking old Disney film. Yeah, we never need another live action Disney movie
I
of a cartoon one.
I I like the Alice in Wonderland.
Well, you will just consume any media Alice in Wonderland.
I mean, yeah. Is there a problem with that? That and The Wizard of Oz. Just fucking give it to me. I don't care. That movie that they did with what's her butt, where she played the witch, and it was like the prequel, and we get to see where Oz. I loved that. I loved it.
So I'm gonna say for sure that like Firefly is definitely something that needs to just be what it is. Like I know I've said that a lot,
but
that like it just needs to be what it is.
If they remade it, we might be able to get it better and without him, and then we can like it again.
But just like that show is just such a roller coaster for me now. Like it just needs to just be.
That's fair.
I'm also gonna like. I'm trying to like.
Oh, yeah, anything with Dan Schneider attached to it. Yeah, let's just not. Yeah. He doesn't exist anymore.
I need more remakes like what the Rescue Rangers new movie did, where it's like not just trying to reinvent the wheel, it's doing something actually different.
Yeah, I haven't seen that. I did enjoy the new I forgot what it was. Never mind. I still like Firefly. I don't like Joss, but I have a soft spot for the show. Yeah,
No, that's fair. Like
I have a soft spot for the show. I will never watch it again. That's my only drawback. Yeah, like I can never watch it again.
How it is.
I love Alice in Wonderland, but hated the new films. I'm sorry that you're not right. Mm-hmm. The Bartimaeus trilogy of books by Jonathan Stroud. No special effects studio in the world could do it justice to what your imagination does.
Interesting.
That's fair. That's fair. I own so much Firefly stuff, books, etc. Yeah.
Because I've got a couple book series that I'd like to just like not be remade. But yeah, that's a really good question because I'm having a hard time with it, right? Because like, well, there's a lot of things that's like there's nothing that's so sacred that like it just needs to never happen,
right?
Like everything could always like has the potential to be remade in a way that's either like better or just like more modern,
right? I feel like there are certain things that we've beaten to death. Like we don't need another Batman movie. We really don't need another Batman.
I saw a TikTok today that was a guy saying like, you know, like Iron Man is the kind of character that like because of American foreign policy, like that character can get consistently reinvented. A weapons dealer gets blown up by his own weapons. Like that's but we're getting to the point where Magneto no longer works as a character.
Yeah. Right. And I think we're hitting a point where it's becoming more and more noticeable that Batman's not the good guy. Like everything about Batman, he's the thin blue line taken to the extreme, right?
This is the problem I have with all these dark new Batman reimaginings. Like I never was able to like put it into words, but it's like it's trying to make that vigilanteism the good guy,
right? Well, it's literally it's a wealthy billionaire, taking vengeance into his own hands and working outside of the boundaries of the law. That's horrifying. Everything about that is horrifying. Until Batman stops being proven a moneymaker, it'll keep. I mean, that's true,
right? Like that's for sure. But
Magneto as you
Yeah,
knew
like,
him or as he is currently?
well, no. So Magneto, his whole storyline, right, is like he was in a concentration camp. Like that's like, and he's seeing that happening again, but to mutants. So what is the equivalent? Like, how do you like? You can't just reinvent that character and make it work in the same way.
I mean, you kind of can though. Like the last time it came around, the undertone was all about gay people, right? Like, and it always kind of has been. There's a lot of that in the mutant stuff, but there's always
Yeah,
going to be a group of people who are getting shit on for no reason.
right.
And it's like
It's
it
just,
seems like strangely enough we keep rounding people up and putting them into camps,
well,
even though
yeah,
we
yeah.
say it's a bad thing. There's still camps at the border, and we keep
That is
rounding
true.
up Mexican families and putting them in. Like,
That is true. It's yeah. It's just there is there are some things that would be interesting. Like it would be fun to see like the Starship Troopers movie redone today. It would have to be like really careful,
wow.
but you know how many people like missed everything.
Yeah, but they're gonna just miss it
Like,
again.
right. Like I wish there was a way to do it to where it works.
See, here's the problem though. If you do it in a way in which those people will get the point, it's no longer funny. Like the thing that makes it amusing to the rest of
Counterpoint,
us.
the producers. So the producers worked because nothing about Nazis in the producers was cool.
Okay, but would a modern skinhead watch that movie and get the fucking point? Right? Or would it just
I wouldn't even watch that movie.
I mean, that's fair. That's fair.
I mean, but that's always the hard part, right? Like, because you see it with, I mean, look at The Punisher. Like, that's the shining example, right? Like,
yeah.
the other one that's fun is just the thin blue line flag flying next to the Gadsden flag, and it's like,
pick one. Pick one. You can't have both.
yeah,
It's literally the exact opposites. There was a point where people would never have thought that there would have been a popular series based off The Boys. You're absolutely right.
yeah.
And the TV series is arguably better than the comic ever was. Even from the comic creators, like, no, they're doing a better job.
That's actually one of my favorite things about the movie version of Stardust. Because Neil Gaiman at when the movie was done, he's like, no, don't read my, like, this is better. Don't read my book.
I love that the Sandman. I find this interesting. So Sandman, I love the show. Then they randomly throw out an extra episode out of nowhere that's two stories together. It's like an hour-long episode that's two stories that have nothing to do with the rest of it. It's just they exist in that world. It's like, okay, weird. And it's like one of the largest shows that Netflix has had. And Neil Gaiman has said they're still trying to solidify a second season because as well as it's done, Netflix doesn't feel like it's made enough money. To justify a second season. He said it's getting close. We're almost there, but they're still pushing back. Just like, what?
I mean, Netflix is struggling lately.
They are.
Like they're making weird decisions.
They are.
And I know some of it is that they're panicking.
They are. I mean, Netflix has kind of become the new Fox, right?
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
But then they also are spinning up so many shows. Like they know there has to be a churn. Like there's going to be shows that, like, even Umbrella Academy announced that the 4th season's going to be the last season.
Yeah,
And that
I
one's
saw
been
that.
huge. Like, that's a huge show. Don't bother trying to remake Ed Wood films. They will actually be less enjoyable if someone tried to make them better. That's true. I liked Ed Wood the movie. I feel like they handled Ed Wood well. Like, that's the only way you could ever touch anything Ed Wood-ish.
Yeah.
Netflix shows are like the slew of Alaska reality shows that Swamp TV a few years back. Right. But you're going to have shows that get canceled that have huge followings because it's the internet. Everything has a huge following.
Well, right. It's stuff. Nothing dies on the internet.
Yeah. Everything will find its people now, I guess. In some way or another.
There is like, and that's part of like the, I mean, streaming services have just become cable again, right? Like, it's so we're starting to get to that point where you cannot watch everything anymore.
Right. And piracy's
Because
become a thing again.
Right.
I stopped pirating shit for years. Even when I wasn't working, I wasn't pirating anything because I had access to all of it.
Yeah.
But guess where I'm watching Star Trek at?
Paramount Plus?
I'm not watching it on Paramount Plus. This show has a huge following. Yes, this show has found its people. All 5 of you.
all there's, it says there's 6.
Oh.
So I don't know if it's lying or if one of them's me.
Hello to whoever is watching that's not here. I will say this, a lot more people watch this than I think. Like, I go back and look at the numbers and I'm actually a little shocked at how many people see this.
Why somebody would listen to us for this long?
Yeah. And then I forget, like, I don't know. I did that TikTok and lots of people watched that. I was a little shocked.
Oh, yeah.
That was panic inducing.
Yeah, that's fair. There is that, like, there's a guy that, like, one of the creators I follow shouted him out, and he had like 60 something subscribers, and now he has like 10,000.
Yeah, that has to be horrifying.
How do you deal with that? Like,
you don't.
All of a sudden, it's just,
you turn off the internet and go for a walk and leave your phone at home. You just
right,
and just shake your head back and forth the whole time, going, "Fuck."
The next thing you know, Milkshake Duck's gonna happen. Like, it's inevitable, right?
Damon watched Pastor even when he's not streaming. I mean, that's fair.
I mean,
Pastor is prettier when he's sleeping. I'm just gonna throw that out there. He smells better too.
Mrs. Pastor would heartily disagree with that. She is very confident that I smell far worse when I'm sleeping.
I mean, I plead the fifth. I smell like vinegar when I sleep. I don't know why.
Is it because your liver is still processing
alcohol from 5
years
ago?
of alcohol?
Probably. I will say Pastor's beard is surprisingly soft.
Oh, it is actually. That's true. That's just common knowledge.
That is common knowledge?
Very soft. Yep, it's very soft beard.
All right. Is this in your Wikipedia page?
Yes. I hope I don't have a Wikipedia page.
That would be amazing.
I'm scared now.
If anyone needs a Wikipedia page, it's you.
Thankfully, I do not have a Wikipedia page.
Well,
I would not want one.
No, it's under Pastor of Disaster.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. We're working on the rest of it.
Yeah, that's fair.
He will be by the end of the week.
Yeah.
That would be awesome. Can we have that happen? I don't know what it takes. I'm pretty sure that it takes more than what we've got.
I am fairly confident that it does not take much effort at all.
Pastor Recoil Nuzzle Squad. I need a patch.
Is that my new cartoon? Pastor Recoil's Nuzzle Squad?
I need a patch for my jacket. Like I have a Tank Girl tea making division patch. We need a Pastor Recoil's Nuzzle Squad.
Well, I mean, we do have this.
That's true.
So
I may have to do some work.
You do have a cricket.
I don't think Pastor and Nuzzle should be in the same place.
What?
Fine. Did you just nuzzle all of us?
Yep.
That was
all of you have been nuzzled.
That's weird.
You're welcome.
Reaper,
put it away.
Stop touching yourself, Reaper. So I wanted to talk to you about something.
Okay, hit me.
I heard about this thing. We may have discussed this, but it came up again recently, and you know more about these people than I do. And I'm sorry, I'm pulling up. Sorry, Urban Dictionary is hilarious.
Okay.
So there's this thing called soaking.
Yes.
Urban Dictionary calls it's planking, but your dick is inside a Mormon.
I mean, that's not.
So I guess the idea.
It's not the worst definition.
The idea is it's for unmarried Mormon people who can't have sex. So the man will lay on the woman and put their penis in the woman, but not move it in and out, because if you're moving it in and out is when you're having sex.
Because God is a T-Rex and can only sense motion. I keep forgetting that, that's just the thing in Utah.
But then I guess the thing is
it's understood that God can't see motion.
You have a friend.
And that's why God can't do anything active. It's the little T-Rex arm.
But then you have a friend. You're supposed to lay on the top bunk of a bunk bed, and then you have a friend move the bunk bed up and down for you, because you're not the one actively doing it then. Therefore, it's okay?
That is a thing that is rumored, yes. So
how do these people get to a point where this is justifiable?
The same way that people have been saying, well, I'm technically a virgin for many, many years.
But virginity doesn't exist.
Hold on.
I need to be up here. But virginity, it never existed. But having sex with someone is a thing that happens. It's a thing that happens.
Right. But it's a way to get around the rules. Right. And whenever there are rules, there's going to be ways to get around the rules.
You're asking how people that believes that Jesus came to America and their prophet read golden plates can believe that soaking is it. You're fair. That is a fair point. That they have magic underwear, and I'm complaining about soaking.
But it happens in yes, soaking is this kind of uniquely hilarious, haha, look at those silly Utah people thing. But every group that is sexually oppressive is going to have similar things, right? Like, people are going to find loopholes for stuff.
I guess that's the thing that I have always found weird, specifically about religious people, is that from the outside, it's really odd to see someone actively become a believer of something that has rules and then find loopholes around the rules for the thing that they are going out of their way to participate in. Right?
Yeah.
Like,
it is rather ridiculous, yes.
Like, just stop going to church. It's so much easier than having a friend come over and jump up and down on the bed. Just stop going.
Well, now, so like, in a lot of these, like, there are, some of it is because there are repercussions for, so, for instance, like at the, at BYU, the big Mormon school in Provo, like, if you're reported for being sexually active, like, you're going to get kicked out of school. Like, that is a thing that is going to happen. They actually got in a lot of heat a couple years ago because they were kicking out victims of sexual assault for being sexually active. And people were like, you really shouldn't be doing that, because like, they did not decide to be that.
Right.
It was decided at them. So don't do that. So because of that specific circumstance, like, there is now motivation to find loopholes, because there are like real world consequences for not doing the behaviors. And a lot of times, like, they're these kids, like in many rule-based organizations, like, that is the only college that they can go to. Like, kind of like, I mean, you hear that with conservative Christians, like, you go to Liberty or you go nowhere, right? Like, for Mormons, it's like, you go to BYU or you go to BYU Idaho. Like, those are your options.
It's just weird, I guess. I don't know. I guess as someone who at a very young age said I'm not participating in this anymore and just stopped, it's weird to see
BYU
people...
Hawaii too. Forgot about that.
All right. And actually, that would probably be the better one, especially now since, the indigenous people of Hawaii have asked white people to stop coming there. So now would be a perfect time to go colonize at the Mormon University.
Of course. It's in Hawaii. Like,
right.
Why would you not want... It's like, it's America. That's
right. True. No, they have, but I guess there's a new push or something. I don't know.
So part of the problem is, I mean, it's all about control, right? Like, and so there's all these high demand organizations, and because so many things are so controlled, as these kids start to get any amount of freedom, they have been so controlled that they know, like, they get good at finding the loopholes. Not that, I mean, that's a ridiculous loophole, but like, I can understand the thought process that would get them there. Because, like, these are incredibly high demand. Like that's a very high demand religion.
But you're actively not participating in it.
But right? In their minds, they are.
Are they?
Like, because
Like, do they
I mean,
genuinely believe that that means that they're not having sex?
so I don't know anyone personally that um like I know of no one personally who has told me that they have participated in soaking.
Is it like Tide Pods? Is it a thing that
But
doesn't actually happen?
well, but I know folk who were very particular about how they towed the line when it came to things approaching sex. Like, I had one friend that was like, do whatever you want as long as my clothes stay on. Like, because then it's not sex.
But
Like, but no, this is like, this like the mindset when you're in a high demand religion, like it creates those kinds of thinking, because like you're not supposed to do, you know a penis isn't supposed to go into anything, right? So you do everything you can up to that point, like because these are high demand religions. um like and it does seem ridiculous looking at it from the outside. Like, I absolutely agree with you. Like, it seems absolutely ridiculous.
right.
But when you're in it, when you're around it, like the thinking that person has makes perfect sense, because otherwise everything about their religion collapses in on itself.
Well, and see, like, here's, I guess, like, the end game, right? Is or the end game of this thought process in my head is we're talking about this thing that is super ridiculous, right? I think we can all agree that this thing is super ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
And that it's ridiculous for a person to engage in that activity and still consider themselves within the rules for their religion when they're
Mm-hmm.
so obviously not. But you can take, and we can say, haha, look at the Mormons and look at them doing that. But literally every religion, every Christian church in this country is filled with people doing the exact same thing.
Well, so a pastor friend of mine posted a thing today, and what he said was, many of the same people who have been railing about the forgiving of student loan debts are going to pray on Sunday, forgive us our debts as we forgive those indebted to us.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Like, when you construct a religion that is effectively based on controlling others, it no longer it becomes the only thing that matters. And so following those rules, finding those things that you can do and what you can't do, like, it gets into a convoluted mess because it becomes an entire thing of cognitive dissonance, and that's all you have. And if you let go of any one thing within that cognitive dissonance, the entire thing falls apart. And if you've been in that high demand religion, when the entire thing falls apart, you will suffer for all of eternity because you knew the truth and then have lost it.
I guess I still just cannot put together how in someone's head, and I guess this is exactly why I am not a part of these religions. I am not one of these people, right? Is because I genuinely do not understand how someone can spend all week saying horrible things about a group of people or complaining about gay marriage or whatever the fucking topic
Mm-hmm.
of the moment is. And then on Sunday go to church and act like they are upstanding citizens who have been doing everything correctly for the last 7 days. I genuinely
I also don't understand how people can do that, and yet I see it every week.
right. And I guess that's it's again from the outside.
Mm-hmm.
It makes the
It
whole
makes
thing
absolutely no sense.
it makes the whole thing seem ridiculous.
Yeah, it does. Like, yeah, I am 100% agreeing with you.
Yeah,
It is ridiculous, and it is in large part because the belief systems that folk have constructed, like it in a lot of ways it's a defense mechanism. Like it is a way of responding to things that don't make sense and things that people don't understand, and so this entire worldview gets constructed that cannot collapse, or else everything, like if the worldview collapses, then nothing matters anymore. Now, and like and that is a difficult thing to come to terms with when until like basically until you address it, right? Like because once that does collapse, and this is why like there's so many people like this is why there's so many conversations about deconstruction, ex-evangelicals, things like that. And it's happening in large part because people are like their worlds are collapsing around them, and in the midst of that they are losing all of the support structure that they would usually lean on,
right.
because that specific worldview, they are now it's not shunned, but like it's like they're now excluded from the very support system that they would ordinarily lean on, because they are starting to question things that make the other people in that worldview uncomfortable.
I mean, I guess that's literally like AA is the same thing, right? It's a support system that's in place
Like,
to help you emotionally deal with the things that the alcohol was helping you deal with before.
and
Supposedly.
now imagine, so I mean, and using that AA analogy, because AA in a lot of ways does function very much like a religion does. It's one of the issues I have with AA. I mean, imagine if you're getting through, like you start going through the 12 steps, and as you're going through the 12 steps, you start going, hey, like this doesn't help me not want to drink. None of this is helping me not want to drink away my problems. Like, you wouldn't last very long in AA if you started saying that.
Right.
Like because and a lot of religions do work the same way. Like if you start saying, well, it's why so many people like react so strongly when I say, like, I'll say things like, oh yeah, Peter probably didn't write Second Peter. And people are like, well, what do you mean? It's like, well, yeah, like it was probably written 50 years after his death by someone who was writing in his name. He probably didn't actually write it. That doesn't but it doesn't change anything about like the content and the things that it says. But like that breaks people. Like that is the thing that will like send people down a spiral of like questioning everything because they had never been allowed to before.
Yeah.
Like the number of people who have like called me unchristian and of the devil because I don't teach like the specific things that like they think a Christian should be. And I'm like, well, no, I want to allow space for people to ask questions. Like, I don't want someone to get to get to their early 20s and have a crisis of faith and have everything come crashing down. Like, this is supposed to help them be better people.
Right. It's just weird. Human beings have an amazing capacity for self-deception, matched only by their ingenuity in finding new ways to destroy themselves. That's very well put.
Yeah. So Barlazy, one of the things that I try to make very clear to like the students in confirmation, which is like it's like 7th and 8th graders. Like I try to make very clear, like, no question is off limits. And I actually like sideways bring up Seder and like, I have a friend who has been trying to offend me with his questions for like a very long time and he hasn't succeeded yet. So you're not going to.
Sooner or later, I'm going to find one, man.
I mean, there is the Constantine stuff, but at this point, you just do that to pick on me.
I mean,
I think one of the ways to stave off that kind of like loophole behavior and stave off some of these like controlling things is to allow those questions to be asked.
Right.
Like to allow people the chance to go like, I don't know if I believe any of this. And it's like, okay, like tell me more about that. Like what sorts of things are you struggling with? And not just like give them some pat answer, but actually like interact with it.
Right. A friend who went through aversion therapy for alcohol didn't work for them. It's the same with religion. Showing them the negative side of their thoughts doesn't ultimately deter them. Right. And yeah. Like I telling me that like smoking and drinking is bad for you that never did shit for me. I knew it was bad for me, but I didn't give a shit because I didn't care about myself. So why would I care?
Right.
What I was doing to my body? Like,
that's why I was like, it drives me crazy when they do the anti-smoking ads of like, you're gonna get lung cancer. It's like, yeah, Gee. Every smoker knows that smoking is not good for your health.
Yeah, it's a self-worth thing, right? Like, you don't give a shit.
Well, and I've known so many people, like, especially people who like work in the restaurant industry, like the only reason why they smoke is when they're working that job so they have a break.
Yeah. Yep.
And like as soon as they stop working that job, they don't smoke anymore.
Yeah.
And then they go back to that job and they start smoking a pack a day again.
Yeah. There's also the speed and stress involved in working in a fast-paced kitchen.
Well, that too, yeah.
Like nicotine does help with stressful situations.
And no one is going to question, hey, I need a smoke break.
Right.
Like,
yeah.
Like if you say, hey, I need a break to go eat an apple, like people are going to say,
be like,
fancy.
What?
But if you need a smoke break.
I thought it was interesting when I was going to the Institute of Art in Seattle. They had a secondary campus that was a few blocks down the road. And that was where their culinary arts, all of their culinary arts classes were. And a couple of their industrial design classes were, which is what I was taking. So I would be outside smoking and there would be all the culinary students. And of course, all of them were smokers.
Yep.
And one day,
and most of them were dealing drugs on the side.
I mean, yeah. One day, one of the chefs who taught there was walking into the building and pointed at all of us and said, "You're all wasting your money. You realize that, right?" And they were like, "What do you mean?" And he was like, "Smoking cigarettes removes your ability to taste food. And you're going into an industry where your job is to know how to taste food. You are wasting your money." And I was like, "I'm in the industrial design class." And he was like, "You might not be."
That was awesome.
But I thought that was interesting that the one job where it's literally your job to taste food, and most people who work it smoke and can't taste the food. It's weird.
Yep. So Bartolese, it's funny you bring up that, I'm not someone whose answer to a difficult question is, well, it's a mystery. Like, I literally answer questions in that way all the time, but I don't just like dismiss the question when I'm doing it.
Right.
It's like, there's a lot of things that my answer is, well, it's not really something that we're necessarily capable of understanding, but here's how we try to understand this.
Right. I like that dude on TikTok. What's his name? You sent me one of his TikToks today.
Oh,
I follow him.
Dan McClellan.
Yeah. He the way that he looks at, and he is fucking brilliant, dude. Like, holy shit.
He breaks my head, like the things that he just knows.
Yeah. And like him deconstructing ancient Hebrew to tear someone's argument apart, and you're like, whoa. My God.
There's you're in for a ride when you watch one of his videos and you just goes, all right, let's hear it.
When you see the smirk, because he said when it's always like, all right, let's hear it. But then every now and then he'll be like, all right, let's hear it. And you're like, oh, it's gonna get ugly. Yeah, and when he comes back and he's like, when he comes back, sometimes he'll be like, all right, that's not quite what was being said, and he'll like break the language down or whatever. And then sometimes he'll come back and he'll be like, none of that is true whatsoever. The person who said that is lying to you for whatever reason.
I watched one where he's like, and such a thing is just completely asinine.
Pastor gets a stupid question about God. He gently walks you through a process. Pastor gets a stupid question about audio, and church has a new crucifix.
Yeah, that's fair. That one's fair.
I mean,
that's fair.
It's not entirely incorrect. I don't know. I find it interesting. This is something I've always have spent several years trying to come to terms with in my own head. Mm. I am endlessly fascinated with Christian theology. Doesn't make any fucking sense because I am not and will never be a Christian. Right?
Yeah, there's a couple of assumptions that you really need to have, or else it all kind of doesn't work.
Right. And it's interesting to me that I can't not engage in it. It's like this.
So for me, it's always interesting because it's like there's a couple premises that I start with, right? Like my entire thinking like starts at God is love, right? Like if God is not love, then what's the point, right?
Right.
Like because like the God of a lot of Christians, the God that they like claim that they're following, like I don't want anything to do with that kind of God.
You know what the weird thing is though? Oh God, this. Can I throw a wrench at that?
Sure.
In order for God to be love, God has to be hate. Because without hate, love has no frame of reference.
I understand what you're getting at. I have long argued that the opposite of love is not hate.
I think that's fair. But whatever that is, the opposite of...
So the opposite of love would be selfishness. In my way of thinking.
Ooh, that's.
So my worldview about God starts at that God is the ultimate selfless being.
Okay.
Because if I don't start at that place, then everything else for me doesn't work. Like I have to start at God is the ultimate selfless being.
Right. And no, if you look at it with the light bulb, it's in order for light to have any meaning, there has to be darkness for the light to light up, right? If you hold a light up to the sun, it serves no purpose because it's already too light. Like it's not doing anything. It loses its frame of reference if there is nothing but light. In order for it to have a frame of reference and to mean, in order for you to understand that there is light coming from that light bulb, it has to be in a dark room. So in order for you to understand pleasure, you have to understand pain to have a frame of reference.
You have just accidentally stumbled on how I answer the question of why evil exists.
Right. It has to.
Because the way that my understanding of how like our world exists is, it is a pocket of deity that God has limited God's selflessness in order to exist. Because if kind of like that same argument, like there is that duality that is there, right? So, why does, this is stuff that doesn't like, it doesn't preach well because it doesn't usually bring people comfort.
Right.
But like in order for, so God creates for the same reason that people have children, right? It's to like to grow, to love, to add to the life of the universe, right? And some of this is stuff that like in my thinking, like God has to be wholly other from humanity or else there's just no point. Like if I can understand God, then I shouldn't worship God, right?
Right.
Like
right.
That's just, I have to, that's another one of those assumptions, right? Like I have to not be able to comprehend God entirely. But there are things that I can comprehend. And so in a similar way to why people have a drive to reproduce, like God had this drive to create because of the love that is existent in God. But in order for creation to function, there needed to be a limiting of God's ultimate power, so that there is this space in God that is not God, which is why there is evil in the world, because it is this not God space in the midst of God.
All right.
I told, like it doesn't make anybody feel any better.
No, it's a lot to process.
But that's why, like, humans show up and they immediately start doing violence to other humans, and it like, because that is the selfishness that's there, like, right? Because there is this whole that is not perfectly loving because it can't be.
Right. Interesting.
I'm still working on that. Like it's a whole thing.
it's a whole thing. Like, it is a whole thing. I'm not gonna lie. Why evil exists is a whole thing.
Yeah. And then it's getting from like, okay, how do I, like, I conceptualize this way to make it make sense to me, but then how do I translate that to people who will never, like, who just can't process anything beyond, well, but God is all powerful.
Right.
Like,
well, it's like when I try to explain to people that I understand the God that people are worshiping in their religions. I get it. I understand it. But I see it from further away. And to me, the vision that people have of their God is their way of processing the thing that actually is, right?
Yeah.
So in my mind,
That's part of it.
the Christian God or the Muslim God or the whatever, those things are not in and of themselves, none of them are correct. None of them are pure enough to be correct, but they are ways to process whatever that thing actually is. Some people are like,
Yeah,
oh,
like
but
I'm
what is God?
yeah. Like I'm gonna be I would be more disappointed if I get to an afterlife in which people are excluded from that afterlife, whatever it looks like.
Right.
Like I'll be more disappointed if people are excluded than, because that would not fit with what my understanding of God is.
Right.
Like I don't think the afterlife is what we think it's going to be.
Right.
Like, and it's definitely not that like Christian heaven hell duality. That I don't think that's I don't think that's the thing.
You want to hear a weird thing?
And I don't think that's what the Bible explains either.
You know how they say that there's like mathematical equations that prove that this is all a simulation. There's also like some data somewhere of something that leans into the belief that when we die, it's just a movement into another dimension. Like in the multiverse theory, that we're moving from one universe to another, and that is death in this universe, and that we just pop out in another one.
There's a lot of interesting metaphysical explanations for that. Like, how does this work? There's the one where like we are just all like different parts of some super entity trying to achieve consciousness. Like,
well, then there's the idea that like, so, oh God, I did way too many drugs when I was younger. So the idea that like, if you think about a brain, right? And inside of that brain, you have a bunch of neurons. And a thought in that brain is electricity passing from one neuron through another. That one routes it to another neuron, that routes it to another one, and so on. And somehow, throughout that process, we end up with a thought. So we pass ideas back and forth through each other. We are moving thoughts through one another, possibly creating something bigger than a thought, whatever the
you realize that's just the plot of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, right?
I mean,
the Earth is just a giant computer trying to figure out the answer to the question of life, the universe, and everything.
We already know the answer. We need to find the question.
That's right. Like, but that's
right.
But like, that's the plot of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Right.
Like, it is.
And that was
just bits of a supercomputer.
And that was the original plot of the Matrix, right? We weren't batteries. We were microprocessors that collectively created the Matrix that we were in, which is still 10 times more brilliant, in my opinion. Like, that is so much better than fucking human batteries. Come on.
Well, and so there's one of the Peter Hamilton series I've got over there, Night's Dawn, I think is what it's called. It kind of explores this idea of like that the afterlife is the same for all, like kind of for all alien species and whatever. Like, it is you are basically transcending to this like energy state. And it's a crisis that every species has to go through. And then in the book, like, basically humanity has to come to terms with this transitional moment too early. And it is a sense of like, it's this like progressing to a something, and it never really spells out like what the something is, but it's kind of deals with, it's a good series. Like Al Capone comes back.
Interesting.
he's one of the bad guys, kind of. But it's an interesting take. So thank you, Pastor Bissay. For years, that heaven would be hard to feel like heaven for me if certain people are excluded if they gave the wrong answer to the God question. I still struggle with that. One of my closest family members was agnostic. Yeah, I so I would say that I am a universalist, in the sense that like a God who is perfect love and perfect selflessness, um, would not leave one of that God's own, like would not want one of that God's creations to suffer for all time. Like that eternal
Right.
conscious torment is just completely out there. But I also like, I don't think that like heaven's not what we like think it is. It's not like angels in clouds and pearly gates and like
No, it's a city that's
it is a
500 miles high or
majestically
whatever.
huge city. Yeah.
It's very tall. It's a
Um,
cube city for some reason.
yeah, and that's there's that deathbed forgiveness thing. Like part of the so one of the things that is in my understanding of what the afterlife is it is a world in which everyone uh everyone will also be not selfish, and everyone will actually love each other in a perfect way. I don't know what that looks like, and part of that process
Definitely an
is but part of that process is getting rid of the like the stuff that made us not like there's it is not just for like someone to be an awful person and then just all of a sudden have everything be okay. And I don't necessarily think that that is a loving action for them either.
Right.
Like it is not a loving action to allow someone to consistently misbehave, and to cause harm to other people, and then just have no consequences for that. That's actually where the original idea for purgatory came from. It was not like where Christians would go to pay for their sins before they got to heaven. It was just kind of like that transitional step so that we are purified to go to heaven as one would purify a metal.
Interesting.
So it gets rid of all of those bits that are the bad parts. Well, see, so yeah, it's a hard thing to articulate, I guess, because it's not just so the image that's consistently used in scripture is the image of refining metal, because that's some of that is because there's some theories that the God of Israel was originally a blacksmithing god.
Interesting.
But there's when you think about this refining metal, like some impurities are good. Like perfectly pure iron is not as good for being a like a knife,
Right.
as iron with some carbon in it.
Right.
But when that iron and carbon are merged together, like that's no longer an impurity, that is a benefit.
Right. The things that the things that are impure about it become the thing through the process
That,
of
and
smelting.
they're not
right?
and they don't have the negative outcomes that they would have otherwise.
Well,
So like, yeah,
I like this. There's this idea that I came across somewhere that we are our experience, right? so the reason that we exist is to experience whatever the experience is that we are here to experience, right? And that we all come from the same consciousness, or whatever consciousness is. Like, we don't even know what the fuck that is, but we come from the same thing, and we are all the same thing. So when we die, we go back into the collective thing that we all came from. But that we are here as our experience, to experience this as this thing. And that's why we're separate now, and why we go back into the collective whole. And that heaven is the understanding of why. Like, why that collection of whatever that consciousness is, why it's choosing to do this, why it's trying to experience all of these experiences, what it's trying to learn. And that knowing that and understanding the whole picture is the end game. I don't know.
Yeah, so one of the things that's really tough from the Christian perspective is that the one of the big selling points of the afterlife in scripture is a place in which people don't suffer, because the people that are being told these things are actively suffering.
Right.
So the afterlife for them is, hey, you suffered, it's over, and there is something better coming that isn't suffering.
Right.
And then we have to take that and go, okay, well, what does that look like? Because, like, the average Christian today is not suffering like that we're not suffering like people of the first century would.
Right.
Like, that's such a different experience. And that's part of why, like, I keep going back to this idea of, like, whatever heaven is, it's not what we think.
Right.
And the only hints we have is that bad stuff doesn't happen.
Well, we keep ending up, we've had several conversations about this, and we always end up at a point where there's obviously flaws with how current Christianity is where it is in our culture. But it makes sense if you think about the fact that you have a religion that was based around people being hurt and how to deal with that hurt. And now they're the ones doing the hurting.
Right.
And, like, how does that
is the
process
major problem.
and, like, have become the monster that they feared?
Yeah, it is. That's the, as we've been going through Luke's gospel, I mean, Luke's gospel is the whole message is, if things are going awesome, they're going to go bad. If things are going bad, they're going to go awesome.
Right.
And that's really good news for people who have it bad, and really bad news for people who have it good.
Right. So...
And that's the Christians love to paint themselves. And I think that's where the persecution complex comes in, because that's the only way that a lot of these things make sense on the surface.
Right.
And most of them have only a surface level reading of the Bible.
Right. Yeah. Which is sad. Because it does a lot of damage to themselves and the people around them.
Right. I mean, I have a whole different argument that, like, sin is not, like, sin at its core is violence. The first time that the word sin comes up is not, like, the first sin was not eating the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. The first sin was Cain having those feelings of, I'm going to do violence to my brother.
Interesting.
That's the thing that is called sin originally. And over time, like, things got a little bit more, like, generalized, but that's, like, that first mention. I think there's something to that. Because it takes it from more than just like, I didn't pray the right prayer and I didn't say yes to the right God. It's like, whether or not you prayed the prayer or said yes to God, are you causing violence to fellow humans through either your actions or even your inactions?
Right. Which I think is why a lot of our shit overlaps, because I think both of us in our core belief system believe that our job, if there is a job here, is to do as little damage as possible, right? We're not here to hurt people. And if any, it's the fucking campfire rule. Like, you want to leave things in a better condition than when you showed up.
Right.
And if you're actively going through the world damaging things, then that is the thing that is sinful. I don't know, man.
Yeah, it's
don't punch down. Don't punch down.
Don't punch down. And it also means that, like, it is not just appropriate to punch up, but it is at times required.
And you can punch sideways if you are very eloquent about it. But you have to be ever so eloquent.
Have to be careful.
And most of the time, punching sideways is the thing that ends up not looking good 20 years later.
Yes. Sideways almost always looks bad 20 years later.
Yes. You want to take another quick break and then do an email and fuck out of here?
Take a quick break, then do an email and get out of here. I like it.
I like it. We'll be right back in a minute with smaller bladders.
In the meantime, think about what you've done. Just that. Think about what you've done.
Think about what you've done. And I would like a 200-word essay in chat by the time I get back on why you did what you did and what you're going to do about it in the future. We'll be right back. You're back. Before we go
I
on,
don't want to do this.
before we go on, I would like to clarify one thing. In that whole thing that just happened, I said I do not understand why I cannot not engage with Christianity, and I take that back because I do understand why I can't not engage with it, and it's because of what we just talked about. Because I feel like our purpose here is to leave it in a better place than we showed up. And most of my life, I have been in a position where I have actively watched Christianity and Christians hurt people around me. So trying to understand why that happens and if there is anything that I can do to make it stop feels like part of why we have to be, but which has to do with culturally being raised somewhere where Christianity is the majority religion. And all of that. Anyway, just wanted to clarify that because I do know why I can't.
What in the world is this? Okay.
Oh God, please help me. I didn't mean it. It's been a hard time. I haven't been myself. I didn't think it would end this way. I didn't mean to believe in spooks something. And my Zagreus life is wasted on the living. What? I don't know what just happened.
It was a lot.
It was. Here we go.
Emails. Okay. What's up, me homies? Word G money dogs. Sorry, Aboyat, the lack of making a mention of it, but yeah, as I mentioned afterwards, I went to Stockton Con and had a really great time, except the drive. The drive's a suck ass, and the 5 freeway through Central California sucks big, dirty Tijuana donkey.
Dicks.
Holy sigh. I know Pastor will have Seder say that. So yeah, there is the story to where I sort of maybe gore hit on by Debbie Dunning.
Which still blows my mind.
She had walked up to me while we were at the Hagen Moisuum for the Stockton Con VIP dinner and told me, you need to zip up because your
cock
is hanging out, but that's okay because I like looking at
cocks.
So yeah, that happened.
Crazy.
I just laughed, showed them some of the artwork, and they had wandered off. Then after dinner, we got led down into the basement and got to look at all the drawings, sketches, and artwork that they have in storage, which Seder's Arte was found in there. I actually didn't buy that, Mitch. Just a 3 pins, one of Harley Quinn, Spider-Gwen, and Nuka-Cola Girl. One of the good things that came out of the con was that being around all the art and artists actually got me motivated to work gone art again.
Nice.
What piece of your art was there?
It was
in the basement.
It was this little guy. Him.
Oh, nice.
He got to hang out with like really fancy art and go, ah.
Yeah. So I was. Oh. Wait. So I listened to the stream from that weekend this morning, and actually Tazdefook some knots to talk about, but I've forgotten some of the contacts, so you'll get my out of. I don't know if I can say that word.
Contacts?
Those. That's the last word. Those. Gerd. Seder is a SJW and woke.
I am awake.
We need to put him back to sleep. I'm pretty sure that's Wisconsin. But,
Wisconsin.
So Wisconsin actually had a discussion the other day with someone on if the whole cancel culture is suppressing creativity in both arts and comedy. Oh. Go ahead.
No.
Okay. Oh, I was driven ag home the other day, and down at Mission Bay, a big popular park that has lots of families and birthday parties happen at, but is also a pole puller parking stop to RVs. And there was one camper that on the back window was stickers that read, "I eat ass." Each letter had to be a foot tall slash.
Wow.
Oh, sorry. I misspoke. I apologize. It was stickers that read slash I eat ass. Like I eat
ass.
something that belongs to
Ass.
So slash I eat something that belongs to ass.
Yes.
So just to be clear,
Either
like
that's
what it,
or it's an SQL injection and they're trying to put I eat ass into the database. One of the two.
oh, I mean, maybe
could be.
it could be that. I had been thinking of getting V Rising, but as much as it sounds like it would be right up my wheelhouse, excuse you, sir. I just can't get excited about it. I still enjoy video games, but there are fewer and fewer games that I am getting excited about.
That's fair.
If I returned to WoW, I would roll a warrior, sexy meat shield for life.
Nice.
But I will never go back to WoW. It's changed too much, and I have enough problems dealing with my addiction to reading. I don't need to add to it. Hug. Oh, yeah. I also stopped playing WoW right after Cataclysm. Sorry, Cataclysm.
Oh, that's like the sim version of the Cataclysm.
Yeah. It's whenever you, it's not the real one. It's the sim of the Cataclysm.
Yes.
The Cataclysm. Oh, I was looking at games on Steam and found an MMO idle game. I guess for people who want to play together but not deal with game.
Shit. Okay. Weird.
Path of Exile is one of those games that I get an urge to play for a week or two, then get tired and drop till the next season, but doesn't bother me even though I have never gotten past a certain act. Can I skip hole stretching by using a single hole punch?
I mean, you can.
Oh, I remember about streeting piercing.
I did finally stretch out, by the way. I'm at 00 now.
Ooh, nice.
On my way to half
Good on
inch.
You problem with figuring out how to say weed whacking is that you are trying to make sense of the English language. You should do as I do and nut give a shirt.
I will nut give a shirt.
International University would highly recommend watching Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. It will always be one on my list of best animes ever. The creator of it interviewed veterans of World War II, both Japanese, German, and American,
Wait,
to get an accurate view of the...
Both Japanese, German, and American.
No. Not but both.
Right. But even if we just adjust, isn't both usually two options?
No, both is the triple.
The third. Okay.
Both
Sorry.
is for 2, both is for 3.
Gotcha.
So Japanese, German, and American, to get an accurate view of the effects of war to portray it accurately in it. So if you want a really good like sci-fi war book, Armor by John Steakley and Forever War is also a really good one. I don't remember who wrote Forever War, but it's really good. Forever War, it has some stuff that did not age well, but it was written kind of as a veteran it was written by a veteran trying to process the Vietnam War.
Ooh, interesting.
And hence Forever War. I won't go too much into this because I posted a lot of videos on Discord, and Legal Eagle said it best. Bootha, Alex Jones' trial was glorious. The lawyer for Abner Heard, who objected to himself, was probably going, at least I didn't do that.
It's fair. It's fair.
We all know the hypocrisy of soccer moms with their mommy porn, 50 Shades of Grey.
Yeah, that's true.
A friend pointed out the best music is usually made when the world is going to
shit.
So some good stuff should be coming out soon. There's some great stuff that's on TikTok. That I did you see that the Rock and Roll is Black band, Cinnamon
made it
whatever.
back. They made it back to TikTok.
And that song slaps. Like it is so good.
It does. And I found out just yesterday that Urban Heat is going to be playing here in Kentucky. So I may have to go to a show for the first time in years.
Did you see, I think I put it in the music Discord, Caribou? They're on one of those like concerty things. They were really good.
Weird.
Yeah, Caribou, From the Basement.
Huh.
That From the Basement thing has some really good bands on it.
Yeah, I'll have to check it out.
It's like way up there, but yeah. From the Basement is the YouTube channel.
Okay.
It would kill me if either Tom Hanks or Keanu Reeves came out as being a piece of
shit.
Hoymans. I just learned how fast Copic markers fade, and that sucks. Copic? What are
Copic markers? They're Copics. They're a very specific, very expensive marker for art.
Oh, and apparently they fade very quickly.
They do. Although you should know, though, if you have a Copic that runs out of ink, you can usually put alcohol in them and get almost a whole other usage out of them. They tend to dry out before they actually run out of ink. So might try that.
Time for a pastor question, and it looks like it's more than one pastor question. So this will be sort of shortened since I'm trying to write this as the show is going. But first off, if Jesus changed water to wine for a party, does that mean Jesus approves of drinking at parties? Generally, the way that Scripture seems to put it is drinking is fine. Drunkenness is not fine, not because it is inherently wrong to be drunk, but because of the problems that drunkenness can cause.
Right. It's also worth pointing out that in that time period and place, water, just drinking water that you found, not usually a good idea. Lots of bacteria and things. So it was usually better if you had something
wine was
processed.
Safer.
Yeah.
And it was so that's okay. So there's that one.
Yeah.
Hopefully that works for you, Reaper. Second, so I grew up being told that God sent Jesus to earth to die for our sins. So does that mean God sorry, how do I even pronounce that? God knew what was going to happen. If he did, then why go through all that pain and trouble for a Machiavellian plan when he could have just forgiven us? Why torture and kill your why torture and kill your son so that God can forgive people? If Jesus knew he was going to be sacrificed and didn't stop it, wouldn't that be considered suicide, knowing he could have stopped it? And this, if you don't view the Bible as a book of allegories.
I know this one.
Oh, so how would you go? Because I know what I'm going to go with it, but
okay. So the idea is, in the end, it's all about us doing the right thing, right? So he had to die for our sins in front of us so that we knew the sacrifice that was being made so that we wouldn't sin. If he just said, I'm just going to forgive all your sins, we wouldn't know and we would just sin all the time, right?
Okay, that's fair. I would go with it's not actually about it's not really about sin, except in the sense if sin is violence, so it's like
okay,
Jesus took on that violence, all of the violence that humanity could do.
That's a lot of violence.
It gets a little bit much, but like that's so. Again, this is the Christian scriptures were very much written to and by people who were experiencing suffering at the hands of an oppressive empire. And Jesus was executed by that same oppressive empire. So Jesus took on the suffering from the violence of humanity on the cross. In doing so, by dying, because God isn't supposed to die, because this only works if Jesus is God, that the whole Trinity thing. So it's not really God sending Jesus, it's God coming God's self, but not quite, because Trinity. This doesn't work without the Trinity. That's just, it's going to hurt your head, because it gets this is the second time pastors got on a really difficult subject of complicated and complicatedness. So because by God becoming human and suffering for humanity, it then means that by rising from the dead again, it creates an opportunity for resurrection for all of the people who have been suffering also, because those sufferings are now put on Jesus, but then Jesus was victorious over those sufferings as well as over all of the violence and suffering that humanity can cause. So it's not really about dying for our sins unless sin is violence. God did know it was going to happen. It was planned the entire time. God's self suffered. God the Father suffered the death of God the Son. God the Spirit suffered the separation in the godness. It's a whole big mess.
I would just like to point out that technically, if that is how we're looking at it, technically Jesus did suffer all of the suffering, because he suffered to death, which would be all of this. From his perspective, he suffered all of the suffering.
Yes, that is the idea. So all of that pain and trouble is not really so much about the forgiveness, although that is a side bonus. It's about the victory over suffering and the ultimate end of suffering, which is death, that brings then new life. And then Jesus knew he was going to be sacrificed and didn't stop it. And it's kind of suicide, but it's really, it fits into a sacrificial system that came before. So it's kind of suicide-ish, but also not, because it's one thing, like it's not like suicide by cop. It's more
like stopping eating and starving to death.
I would argue it's more throwing yourself in front of a truck in order to push someone out of the way. You know what's going to happen, but because the part of the thing that the cross is God saying, I don't just understand what you're going through because I am God. I understand what you're going through because I have suffered the things that you are also suffering.
Right. I suffered to death. Just like you will.
Just like you are.
Weird.
And so there is this, but again, remember, this is a thing that is for people who are actively suffering. And so knowing that the God that they are worshiping has been through all of the same stuff that they're going through, it's actually kind of comforting. That God would put aside God's godness and go through what they went through, and then come out the other side victorious. Does that work, Reaper?
In my mind, it's kind of like showing off, though, right? Like, well, I did it.
So there is some of that, but it's in a sense of, I've gone through this, so when you are going through this, know that it's more about that, like, the communal aspect of it that American culture does not understand. So that like when a human is suffering, God is also suffering that suffering with them, which makes it especially bad if like it is someone who follows God who is causing that suffering, because you have then caused God to suffer, the God that you claim to be following.
There are a lot of people on this earth right now who are going to be in big fucking trouble.
Yeah, there's a whole parable about it, actually. There's this whole thing where, you know, Jesus is interacting with folk and he's like, hey, good for you. You helped me when I was hungry, when I was naked, when I was in prison, yada, yada, yada. Welcome to paradise. And they're like, well, when did we see you in these states? And they say, and you know, Jesus says back, well, it's like, well, whenever you helped the least of anyone, you helped me. And then there's another group, and it's like, you didn't help me when I was sick. You didn't help me when I was in prison. You didn't help me when I was naked. You didn't help me when I was thirsty. Be gone. And they're like, but when did we see that? And they say, well, when you didn't do it to the rest of them, you didn't do it to me either. And of course, note that that is directed at people who all knew who Jesus was. It is not directed at people who did not know who Jesus was. There is something that, like, if you know what you're supposed to be doing and you're not doing it, it tends to go much worse for you than the people who didn't know it all. Actually, almost always the people who get punished are the ones who should have known better.
Bye, Felicia.
Like the ones who were told what they were supposed to do and then didn't do it are the ones who get punished.
In my head, just now, it was that scene from the 300, and he, instead of yelling, "This is Sparta," it's Jesus, and he goes, "This is heaven," and he's kicking people into the hole. That's better for me somehow.
That works. Yeah, it's a whole thing. Like, it is. There's a reason why Jesus discourages people from following him so often. Like,
leave me alone.
Really
Stop following me.
The Gospels, like he often is like, people will come up to Jesus and they'll be like, "Hey, I want to follow you," and Jesus is like, "No, you don't.
You
really don't. You think you do, but you don't." I preached on that one of those passages not long ago, and it's like, yeah, these are all folk who thought that they were going to get good stuff for Jesus, and Jesus is like, you realize I'm fixing to get killed, right?
This doesn't. I know how this story ends.
This does not end well for anyone.
You're not going to like it.
And the number of times that Jesus says some variation of like, "I'm gonna die for being a traitor to Rome," it like he does it a lot. Like he literally tells his disciples that if anyone wants to follow him, they need to take up their cross, which like is not a metaphor. Like, he's literally saying that like what he is going to get killed for and why.
Yeah.
Like, that is not him making a cute metaphor.
He's like, no, I mean, I'm being to pick up the cross and come with me.
Like, and everyone would hear it as like, if you want to follow me, you've got to be willing to be crucified too.
That's
because that's the only way that somebody in the first century would hear that.
That's weird.
There's a reason why he was executed for being king of the Jews and not like that's a traitor thing. That is like Spartacus level stuff.
And one grabs it upside down.
Yeah, Peter's got to show everybody up. That's just like that. So that's a shining example of that, like the bad parts that make you like. Peter just had to be extra.
Of course he did. I mean, his name was Peter.
Yeah. His name was
probably wasn't Peter.
My very favorite thing is that Simon Peter's actual name, if you were to make it into modern English, would be Simon the Rock Johnson. Because his name was Simon. He is the son of John, and his nickname was The Rock.
Would he have a big Maori tattoo?
That would be cultural appropriation for a first century Judean.
It would. It would be hilarious, though.
It would be hilarious. So that there's what we need. We need a Bible adaptation with The Rock as Peter. That's what we really need here. No, Jesus' mom name was Mary. But
What?
Peter's name would, because Jesus' name is Joshy Josephson.
Joshy Josephson. Oh God.
Because like Jesus is basically Joshua. So
Can you smell
it's
what
not
the
quite,
Bible
but
is
basically.
cooking?
See, it's fun.
Oh, I don't know. This just got weird. Weirder.
Hey, that went over great at church summer camp one year.
I'm sure it did. The fact that it did means that in the real world, it's not going to.
Hey, Peter coming in with the people's elbow, man.
I saw a thing on Facebook, I think it was recently, that was talking about how like music classes in school are the thing that turns people around. Like it inverts people's personalities. So like people who are really shy get into band and become really outspoken. And people who are really outspoken get into band and become really quiet because they're not good at band.
So I'm generally like, just despite my job, like I'm a very introverted person, right?
Yeah.
Like after church, I have to just hole up for the afternoon or else I just can't function. Like that's just,
you got your stimulus for the day. Out of spoons.
but if I'm playing music, like I have had multiple fights with people in bands because I have a very aggressive style that is just like, you are going where I'm telling you to go, whether you like it or not. Like,
which, by the way, how much time do we have? We're good.
Got some time.
I have a proposition for you.
No, sir, I'm married.
I would like you to propose. It did just kind of turn into a Demi Moore moment, didn't it?
Yeah.
I have a proposition. I think the people in chat should be involved as well. I'm not sure how this would work, but I think we collectively...
Barlazy JJ, yes. That is a good part of it.
Yes. I think we collectively need to find a way to write a song.
Okay.
To like write and record and produce a song. I don't know how.
Okay.
But I think we need to figure out how to do that.
Like you and I?
Like you and I, somehow we need to involve the chat. Like maybe they write the lyrics, right? And then we have to create a song around the lyrics that they write.
Because that'll be interesting because we do have very different styles.
Yeah. And I think it would be interesting to see where our, like, if you take how we both work in sound and put it together, what the fuck would that even be? What would it even be?
We have, like... oh gosh, wouldn't that be a trip? So the chat writes the lyrics and then Reaper translates them to Reaperish
So we're writing a similar song, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
I think it would be interesting.
That would be fun. I wonder if. So we might have to wait until I get a new computer that can handle doing multiple things at once.
That is very true.
Which I'm planning on having that be like birthday present to myself, because that's about when the processor I want is supposed to come out.
Which means it'll be about a year later when you can actually get it.
Apparently that's gotten better.
That's what they say.
But we'll find out. And
you know how long I waited for my Ryzen?
But that was in the middle of. No, because you ordered it a couple of years ago, wasn't it?
It was before all of the chip stuff. It just was really popular.
I'm hoping I'm getting. So I'm actually hoping that the next round of Intel chips is going to be really good, so that like
everyone goes and buys those
AMD stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I would like to do that. I think it would be fun. And we could do the writing part now, like before you get your computer, because we still have a lot. There's a lot.
There's a lot to do before it actually starts to.
The hard part is actually before the recording and the mixing. That's the easy part. Even the arrangement will be
the
easy.
Production part is one thing I've learned. Like I've done just like listening to pop music. Like there is a deceptively large amount going on in music that's coming out today.
Mm-hmm.
Like it is just loaded with stuff happening that you don't notice.
Yeah.
Until it's not there.
I'm sometimes surprised at two things: how complicated some pop songs are and how simple some pop songs are. Like they're simple in like the basic format is super simple. But like the production is so complex. Yeah. And it's interesting too to hear a song that sounds. There are a couple Billie Eilish songs that are sparse. There's very little sonically happening. But the production on it is like so. There was a video floating around of what's his butt, the brother. Yeah. And he was showing the actual tracked file from this song that's literally, it sounds like just a piano and a bass or whatever. And there were like 87 tracks and it was just this massive complicated thing. And I was like, holy shit. The kick drum was like 15 tracks for just the kick drum. I was like, my God, it's crazy.
Yep.
Crazy.
That's the whole, I just remember when I realized that like even something as simple as, I can bust out my snare to a super overdriven tube and make it really cut through a mix. Mm-hmm. It's like, wait, could I do that with my overheads? Could I do that? Like, and it starts to just balloon like that.
Yeah. Or you can do that. Or you could take a snare, run it through a really heavy distortion, but then put a gate on it. So it's really just that first chunk of the hit that's got all the distortion on it. And then the rest of the snare sounds normal.
Yep.
And all of a sudden you can have it really quiet in the mix, but hear it from a mile away.
Did I send you the TikTok of the dude whose like camera fell down and turned his drum set into the Phil Collins drum set?
I'm sad. He said in the comments that he didn't notice, like he couldn't hear that. He was listening to his own shit. So he didn't hear that version of it until he was listening to or watching the video later. He's like, had I known, I would have thrown that.
Right. Oh.
It would have been amazing.
That would have. All right, should we call it a night, sir?
Yeah, I think I'm done. Thank you for hanging out with me, man. It was a good one.
Good time. Let's see. Let me look at the calendar here. I'm actually going to be here next week.
Oh my gosh.
I know.
Cool. Well, this is good then. So we have a week where we can try to figure out how we're gonna make this writing a song together thing happen. I don't know how it works. Yeah. I don't know how to make it work, but
we'll figure it out, and the chat will help.
Yes, I am down. Also, me and chat played a fun game last week. That we might have to play together.
Is it Never Have I Ever?
Yes. Never have I ever kissed a boy and liked it. No, it's fun. We Are the Bunker. I like that. There's the album name.
We Are the Bunker. I like it. We'll have to see if that domain's available.
Bunkerslut.org.
Do you have that one?
No, not that one.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, cool. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see you next week then.
Yep. Yep. I'll be back.
Thank you, chat, for hanging out with us.
Thank you, chat.
Thank you.
Hey, chat.
Thank you, people listening to this later. If you've made it this far, you are...
I'm sorry.
I am sorry, and you are amazing.
Because you've put up with us for that long. Put up with me slightly less because of whatever my computer was doing in the middle of that.
Yeah, no doubt. Right? In fact,
running us.
If you've made it here and you are not watching live, go into the comments on this video and just type Blue Bonnet and hit enter. That's all I want. Just Blue Bonnet. Yeah, I know. Now I want ice cream, right?
Yeah, now I want to. Dang it! Why did you do that?
Sorry. Oh, now they have.
Wait, I have ice cream sandwiches.
Ooh, they have a salted caramel ice cream. That's so good. Blue Bonnet, yes.
Yeah, Blue Bonnet. That's good stuff.
Damn it! Now I need to go eat something. I'm gonna go make some dinner. Fault. Sorry.
Nice. Enjoy dinner.
Bye, everybody. I love you very much.
Bye, everybody. I love all of you except Reaper.
And I like Reaper extra special.